goodness. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited for this. Congrats, Key and Burning, on getting the early crew. Burning obviously had no advantage whatsoever. This was,
Ever.
yeah, it was a surprise, complete surprise stream to him. Um, and also, hi, Steven. Key, I love you too. I'm really excited. Um, Also, oh my gosh, and Steven, you got the early crew. Let's go. That is amazing. Congratulations. Has all the early crews. Um, Also, big news aside from this big fancy new stream series today is I'm actually also live on YouTube right now. What? Wild. This is my first time multi-streaming. I'ma be so real, I am not 100% certain how to... I'm looking at my live stream on YouTube, and it's like several minutes behind. It says I've been live for 5 minutes, but then the video itself is like, oh, no, there we go. That's very strange. I don't know why it was doing that. Why it was showing like in the past in the video on the thing. Anyway, yeah, I am on the YouTubes live streaming as well. I don't know what I'm doing there at all. Just like as a heads up. Um, Zero clue, you know? No idea what's going on there. Um, but yes, Steven, already utilizing the I have a question redeem. Bless, thank you. Because I was gonna talk about that. I have put a redeem in. It's going to be specifically for these streams. And it's I have a question. And the reason why is to ensure that even though I'm gonna be super focus mode going over the tutorials, people can still like put in a question. I'm guaranteed to see it because it'll be in the activity feed rather than in like just the chat, which I feel like it can be easy to miss if there are like lots of people talking. Also, Burning, I'm gonna be so real. I don't know how to I don't have a good way to view my YouTube chat. I forgot to try and find a good way to view my YouTube chat. Would you mind keeping an eye on my YouTube chat? Let me know if anyone
Yeah.
messages in there. I
So Steven said yeet, and I sent purple hearts.
Thank you. I was actually gonna say, I don't think there's ever gonna be anyone because nobody knows that exists. But y'all already proving me wrong. Just love proving me wrong.
And then Steven said, not gonna keep my message secret.
No. No. Burning is gonna be in charge of the YouTube chat because he has 2 monitors. I don't. I am gonna be running all of this off of 1 monitor, which is stressful, but you know, it'll be good. It'll be fine. We've got everything set up, and it's all gonna be it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine. So, before we get started, can y'all confirm is the audio good for myself and Burning and the music? Are all the levels sounding good? Sounds like a new throne contribution item is needed. I don't have room for another monitor. You have no idea how often people are like, Void, just put computer stuff on there. I'm like, I don't have room, and it's not my computer. And it's my partner's computer, and he said that this computer cannot run another monitor. He was like, we would need to upgrade the PC.
I mean,
Um,
that is valid, especially with running programs on
yeah.
both.
Yeah, no, so the idea is, yes, I do, but we don't have room for it. We are in the process of sorting out moving. And hypothetically, hypothetically, there will be a space for me when we move that I can set up my own desk and computer and all of that. Time to rob a bank. Steven, it's no longer gay month. You can't be telling people to be gay and do crime. That was last month. That was last month. I understand the confusion though. Time is hard. It's no longer be gay, do crime now. You have to be a straight law-abiding citizen. That's it. That's
I don't think that's gonna happen.
be human, do crime. Oh my gosh. What if I'm a cat slime? What now, Steven? It's crazy.
Be cat, do crime.
Yeah. Cats do a lot of crime, huh? They really do not care. Looking
They
at
do
you,
like
Burning.
vandalism.
Yes, looking at you. Um,
I don't do crimes. I'm innocent. Oh well.
this is a professional stream, Burning, and you can't be lying on professional streams. Cats are inherent criminals. Agree. They're one of the few animals who know morality and choose to do evil. Can confirm as a cat. I can confirm this.
I mean, you
Okay.
can actually see cats just think about like,
Yeah.
yes, this is wrong. I'm still gonna push this off the table and break
Yes.
it.
Yes. Correct. Yes. Yes. Um.
You could see their wheels turning in their head.
Samitzer, thank you so much for the 9-month sub. Oh my goodness. How is your day going? I hope you're doing well. Um, I don't know if you heard, but I'm doing a new series. This is the first episode. It's Let's Learn Live2D, and we're gonna be doing a step-by-step going through doing a tail wag emote today with the amazing BurningVT. Also, hi Chica, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Um, I hope you're having a good day. We are gonna get started. I'm gonna be a little bit focus mode, but if anyone has a question, I have a question redeem, and it'll show up in my activity feed. So even if I'm not 100% up to date with chat, I will be able to see your question in regards to Live2D because I do want this to be a true tutorial. And if I've said something that y'all didn't follow along with, I want to be able to address that. And this is also up on YouTube, which means it will automatically be saved as a VOD on there, and then later it will be edited down into more concise format and put on YouTube along with the PSD and the Live2D files so that people can use them for learning purposes. Finger guns.
Yeah.
Also, hi Sync, I love you. We ready to get started burning?
Steven said welcome to the VOD on the YouTube side.
Yes, welcome. But yes, you ready burning?
Yes.
Dude, what was that pot where you did I was
Am
talking
I ever ready for stuff?
Okay, you were deciding whether or not you were ready for this stream that we already started. Got you. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new canvas. Now, Burning and I are both using Procreate right now, so if you're following along with a different art program, I can't help you. I don't know how other programs work, so hopefully you already know how to navigate the art program. If not, go look at a tutorial. This is not a tutorial for how the art program works. So we're gonna create a new canvas. Personally, I tend to work on a 2000 square pixel canvas, but that is because for me it's an easy default one for most things that I need it for. You don't need it that size for an emote. I would say, honestly, about 500 square pixels is gonna work just fine. It's gonna be a small size, and I don't do a lot of rendering on my art. So it doesn't really matter if I do it really large, but with GIF exports, there is a limited number of colors they can export. So if you have high render art, you are gonna want to make a very small canvas to ensure that you're not putting too many individual colors onto your canvas, which will then completely break on GIF export, which is what this will be once we're done with it. So anywhere from 500 to 2000 is going to work fine. I would recommend, if I'm hand drawing emotes, I tend to do about 750. But I'm going to stay at 2000 right now. For color profile, which I should have said that, color profile, I always just work in like the standard sRGB. There are a lot more options on other programs that aren't Procreate, but this is the one that I use here. Okay, you good, Burning? Okay, now that we've got the canvas, the first thing, and I cannot stress this enough, every time that you make a Live2D anything, you are going to want to use the symmetry tool as often as physically possible. This is going to significantly cut down your work time in Live2D. I don't recommend, you know, doing the copy and flip. I don't recommend doing the eyeballing it. I absolutely don't recommend, I know in Clip Studio, you can make a separate symmetry line for each layer. There is a way to create a symmetry line that is universal across all your layers. Do that. Do that, because or else you are going to have a bad time rigging it. I say this as somebody who's rigged a lot of artists' work who worked in Clip Studio. It's just a headache. So make sure that your entire canvas has the same symmetry line that you're going to work along. If you're in Procreate, you're going to go to your little settings, the little wrench over here, and you're going to go to where it says canvas, and then you're going to click drawing guide, edit drawing guide, and symmetry. And the automatic symmetry guide that it's going to have there is a vertical symmetry guide, which is what we're going to want. No, you're going to go off of feeling alone, please God, no, Solitaire. Don't do that. And then you're going to hit OK. You're going to hit done. Awesome. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the sketch layer that I already did. You can do the sketch layer in here if you want to, but we just already had a pre-prepped what we're going to work off of. This is going to be counterintuitive for what we're doing, which is the little like at an angle tail wag. For two reasons. One, people go, well, if it's going to be at an angle, if it's going to be like this, right? Why are we drawing it like this? Because when we animate it in Live2D, we're going to turn it and put it off to the side, but we need to first rig it like this. And then the next question is, why is it straight? Why is it straight if we want it to be wiggly? Because the wiggly is also going to be rigged in Live2D. It is extremely hard to learn how to rig tails that are not straight. It has broken many a rig tech that I have met. But yeah, so this is what we're going to start with. Burning, I just realized, do you want this to work off of? Do you want this art? It does not actually matter. You can just do a straight line, and that will be a I'm not kidding you. Like, I'm really not. But if you want, I can send you this one, because I know you had your own, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
I assumed you wanted to work off of that.
Well, the only I just had the sketch,
Yeah.
but it was not like the straight one, so
You can still use it as a reference, though.
I will try without that.
Okay. So, tail emotes are incredibly simple. There's genuinely not a lot to it, but first thing you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to get the basic shape, even if, like, you see this tail is not actually symmetrical. What I did is I started by drawing a symmetrical shape using the symmetry line and filling that in. And this was where I started. And it's important to start with this because even if you're gonna go a little bit asymmetrical, as you can see, like there's only the tiniest bit poking out here. The more asymmetrical you make it, the more difficult it's gonna be to rig. And this is meant to be an easy tutorial. What's up?
What is since I'm doing it on the ghost cat basis, should the bottom just be like larger, or
Yeah, if you wanna do so Burning's trying to do a ghost cat mascot, so then what you would do is you would do the opposite of what I'm doing. Right? Like that.
okay.
But it's still the same shape, by the way. Just flipped. And oh, anytime you add a new layer, you're gonna have to click on it and click drawing assist or it won't continue using the symmetry tool.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to go back into the settings, just you click on the layer and then one of the options says drawing assist.
Also, Steven said plume of flame as opposed to tree leaf.
Can you say the words again?
Plume of flame.
Yes.
As opposed to tree leaf.
Yeah. But yeah. So this is gonna be my guy. And we're gonna do a little shape. Now, if you want to be doing a more complex rig, which I will show some options for complex rigging, you're gonna want to separate out the base layer and the color layer. And the base layer is, and this is gonna be really counterintuitive, the base layer is actually your line art layer. And I recommend doing all Live2D layer art like this. Like, there are some situations in which it doesn't work. But I would recommend almost always doing your line art like this. Okay? So there are a lot of different things that people call this. Sometimes it's like a backfill layer, underfill, whatever. But I highly recommend doing your line art like this in any situation where it is feasible, because it's going to make your rigging much, much easier. You're going to have a lot less worry about things like gaps in your art when it starts moving. So here I have just the basic underfill for the tail and then the tail color layer. It's still in the black and white to start with. I'm gonna color it afterwards, but I just wanted to get this started here. You follow me so far, Burning?
You said second. Okay, I finished the outline. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're good. So the outline, we don't want it to be an outline. We want it to be a underfill layer. So if you look at my screen, this is my line art, and then on top of it is a full layer of my color. And here, I'll I'll make it not white so you can tell better. You see? So you're gonna wanna fill in your line art layer, and then on top of that will be your base layer.
I think I'm lost.
Okay, I got you. Hold on. Okay, ready? We're going back to... Here. Do you see how I have line art here? This is what you have right now, right?
Yeah.
Then I filled it in.
Okay. Just same color with...
Yep. It's not a line. It is a full color layer. You have to drop it in the center and on the correct layer, yeah. There you go. Now, the next thing that I did was I put... now, the way I do this is I duplicate that layer. You don't have to do it that way. You can hand draw it. But I duplicate that layer. I fill it in with whatever I want the base color to be, and then I just make it smaller. And you can always change the color later.
Is the... Which tab is that?
Which tab
for
is
making
what?
it smaller?
Oh, for making it smaller. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click on the color layer in your layer list. Okay, and then you're going to go to your little cursor icon at the top, and that's going to give your deformation box. Yep, and then you can click and drag at the corners of it, and that will, yeah. And then you can reposition it. Now, one thing I don't know if you have on, yeah, you do have snapping on. Okay, you want to make sure that you get the yellow line in the center of your canvas. That's how Procreate indicates. You see, I move it to the side, no yellow line, and then, oh, there's the yellow line. It's barely showing up on the stream. Hold on. Maybe if I do it in white. Okay, is that more visible? You see the yellow line that shows up in the center? That means that I've directly snapped it to the perfect center line, and I can still use my symmetry tool.
I think I've done it.
Yeah. And then the other tool that I use for trying to get this to be the exact shape I want it to be is, you see the little magic wand up in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay, so you click on that, and then you go to liquefy, which is the second to last option. Okay, and then you're going to want to make sure that you have push selected.
Oh, wait, hold up.
What?
I just noticed at the top of my tail.
That's okay. That's okay. We can fix it. Just let me finish this part first, okay? You want to make sure you have push selected. And then you're going to want to turn the pressure down to like 50 to 60. I tend to put distortion down at around like 10%. And momentum's around 5%. And then size, you're gonna adjust to whatever size you need. And then this is a brush that pushes things. So if you look on my screen, I'm using the brush to push this around. Okay, you see that?
Yeah.
So then what I do is I go in and I make it the size I want. I just nudge things a little bit towards the center, or I move them up or down a little bit just to get things the exact shape that I want. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And then you can just click the magic wand again to close it all out. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, hi, Anta. How's it going? We're doing... Oh, and it's a Mousy. Hi, Anta. Hi, Mousy. We're doing the live 2D streams. We're doing the tail wag emote. I hope you guys are doing good today. Thank you for the stretchies and the simp sip. Staying hydrated is important. Alright, now that I've got these 2 layers done, and Burning, you're doing good. You don't gotta pay attention to what I'm doing right now, because you're just doing the ghost tail. You don't need to add the extra little flares.
Okay.
Yeah, you just keep vibing, working where you're at. I know you had something you wanted to fix.
I don't even know where it is. I gotta find it.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know. There's a line that got into this that I did not mean to get. I don't even know where it came from.
Do you know how to get rid of it?
Erase it.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure you know where the tools are. Oh, hey, thank you, my auto timer. Thanks everyone for joining. If you want to be a future guest on one of these streams and learn how to do something in Live 2D, the form is right there. You can fill it out, and you can join. And you get to decide what we do for the stream. Your job is you bring the concept, I bring the execution. Okay, so now I'm gonna go and add these little flares, these little floofy parts to the tail. Like that. Super, super quick, super, super easy. And then I'm gonna duplicate this layer just in case I need it later. And I'm gonna merge those down and I'm just gonna fill them in. And that gives us our backfill layer. Gonna make sure this is smoothed out. Okay, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and do the same thing for the color layer. Again, I know it's not a color layer yet. This is just getting the shapes. This is my process. If you got a different process, that's okay too. As long as... Oh no, I forgot I had merged it down and I went in on drawing assist, erased this part. But as long as you end up with the same layers and as long as you're focusing on prioritizing the symmetry tool, you're all good. Alright, now gonna add these parts here. How you doing, Burning?
I think I'm doing okay. Oh.
What did you say, Burning?
I'm okay.
Okay. Your process going good?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you at with your stuff?
I gotta go back in and do the liquefy again.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't move ahead to the next step if you're not ready. Hi, Nix. Thank you for stopping by for your daily debris. You don't think you can art well enough to participate in something like this? You're already beyond overwhelmed. There is always a even simpler thing that we can do. Trust. We could do a stick figure. That's not even a joke. Like, we could do a stick figure if you wanted. The point here is to meet people wherever they're at. Stick figures are powerful, agree, and I love stick figure models. Also, thank you for the simp sip sync. And the point here is also like, one, people don't know what they don't know, but that includes me. Like, I don't always know, like, what is basic knowledge, like where other people are likely to be at. And so for me, this is also me learning how to help other people learn, if that makes sense. It's really cool that you're so welcoming and willing to teach. Ah! Oh, it's lots of fun. And I want more people to be able to use Live2D, because the amount that I hear people talk about, like, oh, it's big scary program is so hard to learn, and I want it to feel welcoming. I want people to go like, I have no idea the first thing about Live2D, but like, I can do this, you know? Well, Burning is working on where he's at. Does anyone have any questions about the process? Live2D where it's void sponsorship. Oh gosh. I actually would not like that. I am super, super on the fence about like my rogue partnership to begin with, because I hate having to mark things as sponsored content. It really frustrates me and it gets in the way of like visibility and stuff. You don't know if your question was ever answered. Oh my God, Steven, you're so right. I remembered that I addressed that you asked a question, but I didn't answer the question because I was like, oh, good. Yes, Steven, this is a great example of using the I have a question redeem. The purpose of which is that I won't forget your question. And then I forgot it. Yeah, how often should you save? That's a great question. I wouldn't say it's about like time frequency, but more step frequency. So how much have you done? Now I personally am a obsessive saver. When it comes to a lot of things. I forget it with Live2D often. With Procreate, I don't have to remember because Procreate saves it for you. It is autosave. I love it. It's also one of the reasons why when I discovered Google Docs in college, because it was not always a thing. Google Docs was like not a thing for so long. But in college, I learned about Google Docs. I don't even know how long it had been out at that point. But the fact that, you know, it auto-saved where you were at was really great for me, helped a lot with my anxiety. But before that, I was the I was the person who was like running that save like hotkey shortcut like repeatedly, just like every other sentence while typing out assignments and stuff. But I would say it's save it as often as you wouldn't want to redo that work, right? So you don't gotta do it like every line. Oh, save, 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 right? But you know, maybe once you complete each part of a project, say, okay, cool, I did the line art, save. Or if it's a really big project, be like, I did the line art for the head, save. Does that make sense?
I don't like the tip of the tail.
Okay, what's wrong with the tip of the tail?
I think it's too narrow.
Okay. You can go in and what I typically do if I want to fix a layer that's too narrow or doesn't have something I want in it is I'll make a new layer. In this case, you would want it under. You want to add it under the color layer. So if you click on the one that's under it, or you can click and drag that. You can like hold and drag it so that it's under your color layer. There you, right there. Not under the line layer. Yeah, there. It made a folder, but that's okay. But if you then go click Drawing Assist, because you're still working on Drawing Assist, right? No, on the layer burning. If you click the layer and click Drawing Assist, it will make sure that that new layer is also assisted. There you go. And then now add the additional lines, right? So you can go in and say, oh, I want this a little bit thicker. And then that way you're not messing with the art that you already did, and you can merge it later, but you don't have to worry about like, oh, I now got like, I don't know, 50 brush strokes in, and I decided I hate it. You don't have to now undo 50 times. You can just delete the new layer and start over. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. See, now I'm using this to... Now we made this layer thicker. But the problem is mine is no longer perfectly symmetrical, so it's not helpful to do it on the symmetry tool, but I can now turn off the drawing assist. And... Hooray! Thicker line art.
How do you like get the color from this layer?
Yeah, so if you want a color with Procreate, what you're gonna do is just like click and hold on the canvas, not in the layers, on the actual canvas. You want to click and hold over the color that you want.
Okay.
And then it will select that exact color. Do we got any votes on what color we want the tail I'm making to be? Here, I'll put, oh no, holes only.
Purple.
You're doing your art. Mind your business. I'm doing stuff while you're fixing your issues with your art. Is pink an option? Sure is. Let me go make, where is it? Let me go make a little poll. Okay. Create new poll. What color? Tail. Okay, we've got pink. Any other requests for colors? If not, I'll just pick other colors. Just to spite burning, purple won't be on there. Purple. Of green, blue, red. Yeah. Do. Okay. There we go. We got a poll, you guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Nix. I'm sorry. I already, the poll's there already. No orange. I'm sorry. What is Erng? I thought that was a typo. What is that, Steven? I don't think that's a real color. Purple is your answer anyway? Okay. Nick spelled it correctly. What? Oh, orange. You wonder who picked purple? No, I don't think it was burning. Burning is being good and focusing, right?
Hmm?
You're being good and focusing on your art, yeah?
Always good.
Doubtful.
I should merge these two?
Merge which two? Yeah. Once you're done.
Okay.
Okay. You got your underfill layer all set?
Yeah.
Yep. The layer you just did is the underfill layer.
Then I have to duplicate it and do the... Oh.
What?
I forgot since this is in a folder. Oh, I need to get color. Go.
Burning, whatever you do, don't. Shh. Shh. Don't.
Since this is gonna be a thing, I'm not gonna say what I want to say.
Mm-hmm. Void, please what, Sync? Void, please what? Void is keeping occupied while Burning finishes the two layers. If it helps break a tie, my second point vote goes to pink. We'll find out. I mean, there's no tie right now. Oh no, there is a tie. I didn't see the red. Oh God, no, Burning. Are you done? You better be done if you got time to vote in a poll. Are you done?
I'm doing the liquefy right
Okay,
now.
then you don't got time to be voting in polls. Okay, Sync, you have a question. So far having Burning do the outline and fill it in, and then have another layer, the underfill layer. No. The outline that is filled in is the underfill layer. Okay? So here, I'll show you guys again. This right here is the underfill layer. And the way that the underfill layer started out, right, is I drew what you would typically consider, right, your line art. You're just gonna draw your outline and then you fill it in. And that's gonna be the underfill or the backfill or whatever it is that you want to call it, okay? And then over that, you're gonna draw just inside those lines to get the color layer. And then what you end up with is what looks like line art, but is in fact an underfill layer. Does that make sense? Oh, red one, I'm sorry, Nix. Oh? What? Syl actually showed up to one of my streams? Also, Syl, you can't. This is, like, tutorial stream, so we don't have any, like, ridiculous redeems. No, Steven. Red one, so red one. You're at work, actually? Okay, well, have a good day at work. False advertising. What do you mean false advertising? I don't have those redeems up. What do you... It's not false advertising if the redeems are turned off. Okay, you got... Okay, now I'll even follow up on why we do it like this. Okay? The why we do it like this is such a fantastic, fun reason. Here, I'll go make fake line art just so I can show you the difference. Okay, so here we have so-called line art, right? This is actual. I just made it by removing the center, but this here, see, it's actual line art. It's just the line. It's on top of here. It's not an underfill layer. If we go in Live2D and we want to warp these two, they're not gonna warp together very easily. And you can end up with gaps like this. Okay? But if we're using the underfill, even if I move this all the way here, there is no gap. You can't have a gap. There's no, like, oh no, now the line art and the color layer broke and we can, you know, see through to what's underneath it. Nope, because it's underfill instead of line art. Live2D does preserve all the layers, yes. That is why we make this as a PSD. Are you all set, Burning?
I think so. Also, did you you said you couldn't see the YouTube side of things?
Yeah.
Steven said hashtag comedy.
Oh
Still said now inflate them. And Steven replied with always inflate.
Alright. Can't take you guys anywhere. Okay, now that we've got the base layer and the outline, we're gonna color and render. Okay? So, first thing I'm gonna do is, and I always use clipping masks in Procreate, like, don't anybody else who's like a super advanced artist yell at me like, why don't you color fill or whatever else y'all are doing. One, I use clipping masks in Procreate because Procreate's color fill is notoriously annoying, but if you use clipping masks, you don't end up with the issues with color fill. And two, it allows me to very easily repeat change it without having to locate the exact item on here. Like I can just click and drop the color anywhere on it. Is a lot easier for me. So what I do is I create a new layer and then I click clipping mask so that it clips to the underfill, and then the same with the base color, and then I just fill those with whatever color I want the layers to be.
Hmm.
Yes, Burning?
I am not sure how to go about that with the ghost tail.
If you're good with the colors where you're at, then you don't have to change the colors at all. So these are the colors that I think I want. The next thing that we're gonna do, is rendering, okay? Now, like I said when we started, when you are making something that's going to be a GIF, you want to limit the amount of rendering you're doing, in particular blending things out. There is a limit of, I think it's 256 colors in a GIF, and when you overblend, the GIF is going to cut out the colors itself. And you don't get to pick what colors are cut. It goes into GIF format, and all of a sudden you have like this weird block of solid color and everything around it is blended out. It doesn't look good. When in doubt, under render. Okay, and eventually you can get a feel for how much rendering you can do, but just really, really limit the amount of blending things out you do, the amount of color mixing, all of that, because you will break the GIF and it will look terrible. So
That is good to know.
yeah, what I tend to like to do is focus on starting with just highlights and shadows. And if I want to go from there, I can. But remember, this is still just a GIF and it is for an emote. High detail isn't going to be visible on that size anyway. So what we can do here is, if you want to make super, super easy coloring for the shadows, you can just set it to a multiply layer with the same color that you used for your base, although Burning, is that pure white or is that like a off-white that you're using for the tail?
Off-white.
Okay, so then you can use that. If you color pick the tail color, do you remember how to do that? Yeah, okay, and then make a layer above the tail color layer. And then you click on the little N, and then a list will show up and you're gonna scroll up until it's selected on multiply. Steven, if you make a pig emote, is that a squeemote? Oh my goodness. Maybe, I don't know. Good, and then yeah, now you go draw. And then look, it shows up as a multiply. It like multiplies that color with the one under it. And so that's a good way to at least have a starting color for picking your shadows.
How should I go about doing shadows for this?
Long story short, however you want to. You can do it like almost like you're doing top-down visual. If you look at my my cat slime, I did the light on one side and I did the shadow on the other. You can also go for a more circular approach, which if you look at my stream, I'll show you. You can go for like, oh, we want the center to be where the light is hitting, and shade like that. That's also a way to do it. For this one, I think I'm gonna go with this.
Decision paralysis.
Decision paralysis. Just copy how I'm doing it. Then you don't have to make a decision. Does that work? You don't even have to render it if you don't want to. I was gonna say, it's whatever you want to do, and then I remember that you just said the issue was decision paralysis. Like, no pressure, just make a decision. No wrong answers, and you're like, that's the problem!
Jay.
Hi, Jay. Can I explain rendering to you? As in, what the term is? Also, reminder, I do have the I have a question redeem, which will make sure that I can actually keep track of the questions being asked, as opposed to, you know, Steven asking nonsense things that aren't relevant to the tutorial, like if you make a pig emote, is that a squeeboat? It's a lovely question, I'm glad it's there, but it's not what's the word? It's not vital for me to be able to see it to answer during the tutorial. So if you have something that is an important question for the tutorial, please make sure that you use the I have a question redeem.
Speaking of Steven, in the YouTube chat was, there's only one place I want you to take me, the ice cream shop. I really want some ice cream.
Fantastic. Also, I love that my timer went off perfectly while I was talking about this. That's beautiful. Okay, Jay, all of the above. Rendering is the process of adding detail to your art, okay, via color and light and shadow and all of that. Okay, so this is what is called flat color. Okay, flat color is, you guessed it, color that is flat. It's just the color. Okay, then we have what's called cell shading, which is what you're gonna see in most anime. Not anime style VTuber models or quote unquote anime style art that you see online. That is typically not cell shaded. That is typically like a high detail render. Cell shading is when you're gonna just block out the details. Okay, you're gonna block out where all of the light and shadow hits in those colors. Cell shading also typically is very shading heavy. Okay, so it's not like light shadow. It tends to be, they give it a lot of depth with like a ton of shadows. You can also see, and this is not a technique I'm very good at, but like sometimes they'll block out further texture in the thing with just shading. So instead of adding line art to the section, they will indicate like, oh, this has depth to it because there's shadows on it. And then you'll also have the lighter sections. And then, you know, again, with anime style, you would then have like some fancy little highlights with the hair. With the hair, you know, they do the like thing that like looks like this, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like that little hair highlight, things like that. And then like a full render is when you're gonna get like detailed blending out of colors, like full in-depth shading and stuff like that. You thought cell shading only applied to that one DBZ character that tried to eat everyone in order to become perfect. I don't know what that...
Wrong type of cell.
I don't know anything
Cell
about
is a character in
DBZ.
DBZ that tries to
believe
become
you.
perfect. And
Oh, you hate the process of doing that hair highlight? I'm gonna be so real. I don't use that, but like the thing that really, really got me was when somebody said, no, you don't understand. You can literally, the reason why they like doing this is they said you just go like this, you block it out with eraser, and then you just smudge. And that, I don't know which smudge tool they used. I think it was like some sort of like hard brush or something, but they just like pulled on the edges. And it was just like such a quick thing. Personally, I don't like doing those highlights. I do like other types of highlights, but it was like so quick. I was like, ah, you know, I can see the appeal now. How you doing, Burning? Did you make a decision?
No.
Okay, can we just do like how I'm doing, where you have the shading at the bottom, and then just like a little highlight at the top, and we can go from there?
Sure.
So that we got something to go with?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. And for yours, Burning, here, I'll even show you how I would do it. For yours, I would do, oh, that's a very big brush. I would do like this. Okay? Oh, couldn't see the whole thing, it was partially cut off. And do, wee. Yes, Burning?
Okay.
Okay. Do you you have to let me know if you understood or not. Like you have to. I am not psychic. Okay, processing. Got you. We're 1920s gangsters now. What? What? Yeah, look at you. It's beautiful. And then what I would do for the highlight, I would just go like this, up towards where the top corner is. And you don't have to do the shading or the highlight if you don't want to again. But you apologize for the bafflement. No, listen, Steven, I miss things a lot. Oh, your comedy today is pronunciation based. So it's hard if you can't hear it like it is in my head. I guarantee you it's my autism that is the barrier here and not your comedy. Yeah. It is often a barrier. I mean, both can be true. That's true.
Oh, that's on the wrong one. Like this?
Yeah, look at you. It is so good. You ready for the next step?
Sure.
Okay. We're so close to being done with the art. Promise, promise. So all we gotta do now is add whatever flare it is we're looking to add to this. You know, a lot of people do like the sparkles or the hearts or like whatever it is. Personally, I'm gonna do the VTuber star TM. Now you only need one of each shape that you want to add. So if you want to have 3 VTuber star TM, you only need to draw one. You do not have to draw it multiple times. You only gotta draw it one time. Okay? For me personally, I have a brush that I made for the VTuber star so that I never have to draw it ever. Because I have to draw it so often. But if you are looking to draw it yourself, super easy. You turn on your drawing assist and you go like this. You do the little curve and then you just copy paste that. You do a duplicate and then you flip it vertically and drag it down until it's lined up. Oh my goodness, bing bang boom, you have a VTuber star. It was so quick. We drew one line and now we have a VTuber star. You want me to go over the steps slowly?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? New layer.
Okay, I had that
Okay.
initially.
Now click on it and click Drawing Assist. Okay. And then we're gonna go onto the canvas and start at the center line and draw a curve. Okay? What am I gonna do? Okay.
Oh.
And then you're gonna go into your folder, not into your folders, your layers list.
But
We can fix
layers.
the color in a second. Yeah, layers. You're gonna duplicate it. Okay, and then you're gonna go to that new layer. You're gonna click on the little mouse cursor. Okay, and you're gonna click flip vertically. And then you're just gonna drag it down. And now VTuber star. Okay? And then you're just gonna go into your layers and you're just gonna merge that. VTuber star. If you click on it and click merge, or you can use your fingers to pinch layers together. And then you fill in the center and VTuber star. How many times can Void say VTuber star percent Live2D tutorial? And then you're gonna duplicate that layer and you're gonna put whatever fill color you want on it. So, whatever you want the center of the star to be, and then you fill it, and then you just shrink down the one that you just duplicated, and then you have a VTuber star with the outline. It's really hard to see the color on the screen sharing. I always hate how much the screen sharing really messes with the quality.
Oh,
Here.
what? Okay. I thought I duplicated it. There we go.
There we go. See? VTuber star. Okay, you got your inner color and your outer color separated, and you all good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. They look like the same color, but I know the casting is like weird, so I couldn't tell if you separated your colors. Because the casting, we use the same casting thing. It's called AirDroid Cast. It is free, but it is not without flaws.
I'm gonna do this real quick. I like that more. Okay.
Okay, all good?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is the final step before we export. Okay, we're gonna merge all of our star layers into one. Okay. We're gonna delete any layers we're not actively using. So like I have my sketch here, so we're gonna delete that. And then we are going to do one more thing. If you want advanced tail TM, you can keep your render layers separate. If you do not want to take the time to do advanced tail TM, then take your render layers and merge them down, because you don't need them. What you gonna do, Burning?
I think I'm gonna try advanced tail.
Okay. Oh my gosh, your brain just made an association between VTubers and potatoes, because potatoes a type of tuber. I love that. Okay. I'm gonna leave the layers separate. And now that we have these layers, also I did add a shading layer just because I was looking at this and I was like, I want the shadow layer. But yeah, so now we're gonna export it as a PSD. Okay. Save to file, save. Okay. And then we gotta go and export it to your PC. However you're gonna do that is fine. I am gonna go into my captures and turn these off real quick so I can send this to myself. And again,
export again?
you go to the little wrench, and then you go to the little square with the arrow going up, and then you go to PSD. Yeah, and then you wanted to DM it to me, was how you were gonna gain access to it on your computer, right?
Yep.
Okay. You're doing such a good job, Burning. Okay, and I'm gonna get Live2D up and running. Now, reminder that this is all based on using Live2D Pro. You can do this with the free version of Live2D. However, the reason why I don't use that is a lot of things that make the process easier are pro version only. I would say the number one example of this is that you can't copy paste keyforms on the free version, which is something that I would be really frustrated trying to work around, I think is the best way to put it. So yeah, that's why we're not doing it that way. But if you want to like go ahead and try it, you are more than welcome to, but just keep in mind that some of the things that I might say to do, you just might not work on that version. Okay. Oh, Steven has a question. What does PSD stand for? That is a fantastic question. PSD is a Photoshop document. It is the standardized format for preserving all of your layers when you export a document. So when you export as a not a PSD, a PNG. When you export as a PNG, it all merges down into one flat piece of paper, right? And you can't, it's all compressed down. You don't keep the individual layers. But a PSD preserves all the individual layers. Most art programs have their own version of a PSD, right? So you have like a Procreate document, which will preserve all of the layers, but PSD is basically a universal format. Most programs will read it, like most art programs will read it. Whereas if I export a Procreate file, pretty much only Procreate's gonna be able to read it, even though it does still preserve the layers. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are gonna go over to Live2D. First thing we're gonna do in Live2D is we're gonna look at Burning and say, hey Burning, why do you not have dark mode, you monster? And Burning is gonna say, Void, I told you when we talked earlier today that was the first time I ever opened this program, and you told me not to switch to dark mode because you wanted to do it on stream so that other people could learn how to do it. And I'm gonna say, I don't think that conversation ever happened. I plead the fifth. Oh no, I can't click at, sorry. I can't click on anything on OBS, I forgot. No, mods, I need your help if I need to click something. If there's ever like a term that's like blocked or something, y'all are gonna have to do that because I cannot click out of Live2D.
Steven's right, it's for professionals, that's why I don't have it, right?
Needs more dark mode. Okay, so ready? What we're gonna do is we're going to go into File, which is at the top left, and then you're going to go down to where it says Environment Settings. Okay? And then the first option here is Color Theme, and you can select light or dark, and then you can hit OK.
Oh, hold up, I have to restart it for it to take effect.
Yeah, I knew it was going to say that. I'm sorry. But yeah, don't hurt your eye holes. Use it in dark mode.
What if I want to be blinded?
No. It's illegal. You're not allowed to be blinded.
To be fair, I'm already basically blind.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's actually wild what your prescription is. Okay, you ready? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up our wherever you have your file stored, okay? Wherever you saved it in the file folder, and all you have to do is you just have to click and drag over into Live2D, and wowie zowie, as Daisy would say, the file is in here. Now don't be alarmed and say, Void, this doesn't look like what you were doing before. Correct, it does not. Because when you...
Actually, it's not doing it.
What do you mean it's not? You clicked and
The
dragged.
dragging.
Okay, that is your computer issue. Are you in your downloads or are you in your like file explorer?
Downloads. File explorer thing.
Okay. And you closed the Live2D pop-ups?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, this is actually a good thing, I guess. So instead you can go into Live2D, click New, like File New, and then Model. Okay. And now the fun part is though that, or I wonder if you can just do open a PSD. Let's go find out, actually. Hold on. I'm gonna actually put this over here. Because I don't, some of this has information on it. Let me go see if you can, in fact, just open up a PSD like that, because I've actually never tried. I always just clicked and dragged. I didn't know. Can you try going to File Open and then selecting that PSD?
Mm. What even was the? Is it just like?
Yes, it does work. File Open and then that, and then you can click Create a new artwork. And it'll open it like that. I don't know why it wouldn't click and drag for you though. It's very strange. There you go. Hooray! Now we both have our files in here. Now, the reason why mine looks like this is Live2D does not preserve the clipping. So I had this layer clipped to this layer. It doesn't translate over. And another important thing is the only blend modes it allows is add or multiply. If you use anything else, such as color burn or anything like that, it won't. You can't do that in Live2D, and even if you have it set on one of those modes, it won't port over. You have to go reset it yourself in here. Fantastic. Now we are going to do really fun stuff, okay? First thing you're gonna do is you're gonna click on wherever your base color layer is, okay? You're gonna click on that. Up over here in your parts list, which I should move this up. In the parts list, you want to select on it. Then you're gonna use Control C. You're gonna copy that layer. Okay. And then you're gonna go select all of the layers above it, all of your render layers. You're gonna click on one, you're gonna hold down Shift, and then you're gonna click on either the top or bottom. If you start at the top, you hold down Shift, click on the bottom. You start at the bottom, hold down Shift, click on the top. And then in this Inspector tab right here, you're gonna see this says Clipping ID. It's gonna first say Name, ID, Part, Deformer, and then Clipping ID. You're gonna go to the one that says Clipping ID, and then you're gonna click inside that box, and you're gonna do Control V, and it's gonna paste the name of that layer, and then you're gonna hit Enter. And now everything that you needed to be clipped to that is clipped. Also,
whoops.
I did say everything, but when I also said render layer, you don't want your star or whatever it is clipped to that. Yeah, I did the same thing because I forgot we did that because I had the layer turned off. Even if your render layers are currently, not outside of your flat color layer, you're still gonna want to do this clipping process, okay? Also, you can turn off the star or whatever your little flare is. You can turn that layer off for right now by clicking the little eyeball to the left of that layer. Okay, fantastic. Now we are going to use an auto meshing tool. The meshes is what is going to move the layer. It's going to determine how each layer moves. If you go up here, right above this little thing that says your artwork name, first you're going to have this little box that is your texture atlas. Then right next to it is manual meshing, which we will not be touching today. And then right next to it is auto meshing. Okay? We're gonna click on that, and this little box is gonna pop up.
I should be clicked on which layer again?
It does not matter to start with.
Okay.
We're gonna do all the layers. All of them need to be meshed. Okay, now that this is up, I am going to give you guys my auto meshing settings, okay? You can only make your auto mesh presets if you are using the pro version. However, you can just manually type these in every single time if you want to, if you have the free version. So this one that I have here is eyelash is what it's called, because it's for stuff like eyelashes or things that you want to move a lot, like a tail. These are all the settings. These are different settings for how this mesh is generated. So I'll show you. Should you hire a maid since things are gonna get so meshy? Yes. I'll show you two different settings so you can see how the generation changes. So here's my flesh. And so all of these numbers here are changed. And as you can see, it changed how it made the mesh for the item. And the eyelash is a very dense mesh because we want it to be moving a lot, so we want a dense mesh. You can literally just copy these settings. These settings were stolen from BurningVT, or it might just be Moki2D. Go look him up. Like, God bless for my auto mesh settings. Really just saved me. And Moki is also the person who taught me how to do non-symmetrical tails, in particular curled tails. Really annoying. Don't recommend doing it, but it helped me a lot. And then I was later able to help other people rig curled tails. So things like a monkey tail, you know how its resting position is curled. Those are really frustrating to do, but it's really fun to learn how. And I had actually gone and talked to him. I was like, I've watched your tutorial a million times. I have tried this so many times. No matter what I do, it breaks. And he said, I'm sure you would have gotten it eventually, but here's the key on how to rig those. And I was like, big brain. He's such a huge help.
Okay.
Can you spell the name we're supposed to look up for additional info on mesh settings? Yes. I wouldn't necessarily recommend him specifically for mesh settings. It is buried in one of his videos. You're not gonna find it probably by looking at that. And I wouldn't recommend his tutorials for most beginners. He is a lot of his tutorials tend to be more advanced. But his name is Moki, M-O-K-I. Oh, heck, I forgot. I'm sorry, I keep on clicking over there. M-O-K-I, I think it's Moki2D, not Moki Live2D, so like M-O-K-I, the number 2, and then a D. He's on Twitter, he's on YouTube. Whenever this is edited into a YouTube video, I will put his info in there because bless lifesaver with, these are his 3 presets. The eyelash, the flesh, which is, you guessed it, for meshing things like flesh. And then the blur, which is for like blended out things. I don't think he calls it blur. I don't know what he called it. This is what I called it though. So if anyone wants to take those, feel free to take those. And
what was the flesh one?
Are you making presets right now? No, we're not making presets right now, Burning. Well, it'll be on the no, it'll be on the YouTube video. That's why I put it up, so that on the YouTube video, you who's supposed to be editing this now has the visuals to just have there already on hand. This is, yeah, don't, it's, this, all of the settings are not necessary to have right now. All we gotta know is, these are the eyelash settings, which you now do not have set up. What did you do?
Oh, no, I have it set up.
Okay, there we go. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and use that for all of the layers. You don't have to exit this box, just click on the next layer and then go to your preset. And you can auto mesh each of them like that. Now, I am gonna be using the blur or the blended on, am I though? No, that's a really big mesh. That's fair. I wasn't paying attention when I did that. Instead, I'm gonna take this mesh and I did Control C on the layer that I wanted to copy the mesh for. I went into manual editing, Control A and delete to get rid of the mesh that was already there, and then Control V to paste the mesh that I do want from the layer I'd copied, and then I'm just gonna hold down Alt while stretching this out, and then I'm just gonna use that for the mesh. All right. You got all of your
Also do the
layers
star?
meshed? Yes, also do the star. It does not need to be the eyelash one. If you want, you can just use like whatever Live2D is their standard setting or their deformation little. You can use the eyelash if you want. If you're doing something chunkier than an emote, I would not recommend using eyelash on everything. It's gonna be real heavy on your computer, but this is a handful of layers. It doesn't matter. Okay, we got that. We got all of our layers meshed.
Yeah.
Okay. We're also gonna go in and click on the background layer, and we're gonna just hit delete and just hit the backspace button because we don't need that. Okay. And now we are gonna go into our parameter list, which is right underneath the tool details and inspector is our parameter list. For this, we don't need any of the parameters that are auto set up in here. This is the specific things that are used for most models. We don't need any of them, so you can select all of them. Again, click the top, scroll down, hold down shift, and click the last one. That will select all of them, and then you hit this little trash can icon in the bottom right of the parameter list and hit yes, I want to delete all of them. We don't need them. Steven, you think you found the video I was referring to? Is there somewhere useful you can put the link? If you send it to Jay or Sync, they can post it in the chat. If you do, you will get auto-modded by my bot. Yes, I follow him. I have his info. I just, like I've said, I only have one monitor, so it's not easy for me to go grab things because it will then mess up the whole stream. Okay.
Oh, also Steven in the YouTube chat. Do Inspector Gadget.
Do. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Now, what we're gonna do is we are going to take this bottom layer. Okay, we're just gonna click on whatever your backfill layer is. And then we're gonna go up here at the top to this little, it has like a curved line, and then it has like a circle with another circle inside it, okay? This is the deform path edit.
Yeah, okay.
And then you're gonna, now that you have that, you're gonna click just below the bottom of the mesh. And then you're gonna click just above the top of it, and you want these both in the center. This has now given us a completely straight line between the 2 points. And then we're just gonna make 2 more points inside of this. You're just gonna click on that line to make the 2 more points. The reason why instead of doing the bottom one, then the next one up, then the next one up, then the next one up, is if you do that, you won't get a perfectly straight line. But if you do bottom, then top, and then do the ones in between, you'll make sure to...
How many in between?
2. We're doing really simple. The more of these you do, the more likely it is to break. So we're just going to do 2 in the middle. And then I am just going to...
what is undo?
Control Z. And then I'm just going to grab these points in the middle and drag them around to make sure they are in fact connected. If they are, we're just going to Control Z and Control Z. Sometimes Live2D will try and make you a new line instead, and we don't want that. You good, Burning?
Making sure that it's doing this correctly.
Yeah, the more you zoom in, the more likely it is to break, actually. So you want to stay zoomed out. And it should line up on the line. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why, but if you zoom in like really, really close, Live2D, as you can see, put it as its own separate line. But if you stay zoomed out, it goes, oh, you wanted to stay on that line. Don't ask me why. It's a ridiculous feature. And then if you click and drag while holding down shift, you can move the points up and down without making your line wobbly, and you just want to make sure that everything is about evenly spaced. Good? Okay. Now we're gonna go to this thing that says deform path width. Okay, and we just want to make sure that these circles, the circles around these dots, you see how it has the circles around it? I had to move it over here because it's the same color as, you want to make sure that they don't overlap with each other. So it automatically has it at 200 depending on what you're working on. It may or may not overlap, but you want them to have a little bit of a gap in between. Okay.
More like this?
No, you want them way further apart. You want them way smaller. I had mine set at 150. How big was your canvas?
I think 2K by 2K.
150 then, because that's what I have mine set at. So it should work for you. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna do this fun thing where Live2D is actually gonna do most of the work for us, okay? We're gonna stay clicked onto this layer. We're gonna go up to modeling. And then we're going to go into skinning. Okay, and then use deformation path for skinning. Okay, and tell me it said it broke. Burning?
Since parameters will be automatically generated.
Oh, okay. No, it's just telling you.
It's just cautioning.
Okay, cautioning. Cool. Fantastic. I was like, if it said it broke, I will actually lose it. Okay, and now what you should have in your parameter list is this nifty little folder that will be named whatever the layer name was. And then if you click on the folder icon, it'll open it. And then you will have each of these parameters. And if you hold down your left mouse button to click and drag, you'll be able to see all of the movement. And if you right click on the center keyform, we'll return it exactly back to the base keyform. See? So now we got all of those. We got all of these movements. But we only have it for one layer though, right? So now what do we do? Because we don't want that, right? That's bad. We want all of them to move. So we're gonna go over into our parts list. And if you see in our parts list, you'll now have the layer name parentheses rotation folder and layer name parentheses skinning folder. The skinning folder is where all of your separated out parts R, because what skinning does is it takes the singular layer and it cuts it up into these individual little pieces, and it glues them back together to make it stretchy and pliable for the rotational movement. And then what the rotations are is these are what is physically turning, and each of these parts is being turned by each rotation deformer. So as we can see, we've got this long list of little circle guys. And all they do is they do circle movement. See? Circle, circle. As you can see, it's turning here. Then we click on this one, and this one turns here. Super, super easy, right? So we're gonna go and we're gonna select all of the rotation deformers. Okay, and then we're gonna go select our next layer. So this is gonna be the base color layer. So you would have to hold down Control to now select a new layer. Once you have those all selected, now hold down Control and then click. Fantastic. And then you're gonna go into modeling, skinning, and then hit skinning. We're not using use deform path because we don't have the deformation path anymore. We have just regular skinning because the program generated these rotation deformers for us. Normally you would use skinning if you're making the rotation deformers yourself, but if you use the method we just did, it'll make the rotational deformers for you and you don't have to worry about that. And then as you can see, it did that for that layer. And then you're gonna repeat that same process with every layer. Okay? You're gonna select all of the rotation deformers, select the next layer, and hit skinning. And the reason why we're doing it one at a time is so that we can see if there is ever a issue, we know exactly what layer the issue came up on. Okay. You got all your layers? Do not do your VTuber star or whatever fancy layer you have. Do not do skinning on that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna deal with that later. Okay, you got all that?
Yeah.
But now you're gonna say, but Void, as we can see on your tail, the shading is no longer clipped to the color layer. That's because we're not using the color layer anymore. As you can see, the color layer is turned off. When I turn it back on, it clips back to that. And the reason for that is instead of the single color layer, like I said, we now have these cut up layers. So you're gonna go and select every single color layer, okay? You're gonna select all of them, which will be in the layer name parentheses skinning, so whichever one is your color layer. We did not name these because I hate typing in Procreate. I do recommend naming your layers, and when we do larger projects, I will show you guys how to name each layer properly for things like models. But this is a simple thing, and I really don't think layer naming is necessary here. You select all of your layers, Burning? Yeah. And make sure you check underneath the ones that say glue, because sometimes it'll hide a sneaky additional layer at the bottom.
There's 2 under it.
Yep. Okay. So you're gonna then, now that you have these selected, Control C, and then you are gonna go to every single one of the cut up layers. So for this, I have my shadow layers. I went into the skinning folder for those, and I selected all of those. And then I have this second shadow layer. I'm going into the skinning folder for that and selecting all of those. And then I have my highlight folder, and I'm going in there and selecting all of those. And as you can see, their clipping ID, which we did before, is still that initial layer. And we're just gonna highlight that. Sorry, I'll wait for burning. You ready, burning?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, you're gonna go to the clipping ID, and you're gonna highlight that because we want to get rid of this. And then you're just gonna Control V, and it will paste those, and you hit enter, and now they're all clipped to that layer. Or those layers, the glued together layers for the base. Okay, Steven asked, are the layer names in Live2D based on layer names from the PSD file, or are they auto-generated? The layer name is directly from the PSD file. Whenever you make a new layer in Live2D, such as when we split up these layers, it will be some variation on the layer name from the PSD file. You can go in and edit it yourself in here, which personally, as a Procreate user, my preference is always to not name the layers in Procreate and instead rename them all when I import them into Live2D because it's quicker than trying to type things out on an iPad, in my opinion. If you are using a program, an art program on a computer, you are going to have a better time if you name the layers in that program because you already have a keyboard there. However, the layer ID, which is here, that, as you can see, this says Art Mesh 33. It doesn't say layer 11. And here's why. If the layer name is not compatible for the Live2D ID naming rules, it will just call it Art Mesh and then a number. So that is a huge issue that I see often with artists who just do art and don't do Live2D, is they will name all their layers, but they will do it in a way that's incompatible with Live2D. And the problem with this is the ID title. This is what matters, which I really hate that they're separate, but the ID is very important, specifically on export. If you've ever seen people who go into VTube Studio and recolor parts of their models or use the glow effect, they have to go click on the model layers. They don't see the layer name, they see the layer ID. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they have a 2000 layer model and it's all the layers are named Art Mesh 1 through 2000, they are going to have a bad time trying to find the layer that they're looking for. So this is important to be coherent when you are giving a model to somebody. If it's just for you and you don't care, more power to you. I do that all the time. Also, do I call you Brat Dragon, Dragon Girlfriend, Brat Dragon Girlfriends, BDG? Hi and welcome. I'm glad you're learning so much already. Also looking forward to working with you. This is somebody who will be in a future episode, which, reminder, if you want to be in a future episode, you get to pick whatever the project is you want to work on, and I will help you through it step by step, and you can fill out the form, which is on a timer, and will show up at some point, and will also be linked in the YouTube video. But that was a great question, Stephen. Did that answer make sense? Whatever you want. I go by Kaya, but I also get called Dragon Brat, etc. Kaya, fantastic. Burning, did my explanation make sense to you?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Brian David Gilbert. I don't know who that is, but mood. Okay. Also, Stephen, thank you for being so engaged as somebody who doesn't do art or Live2D. You've asked so many really helpful questions that I think are really good for like everyone to know. Okay. Now, we have got all of this set, and you know what I want to say? You know what I want to say, you guys? We did not save this file. at all yet. We should probably do that. Reese Stevens' earlier question. How often should you save your file? More often than we've been doing, is the answer. Hold on. My computer is crying. Hold on. Oh no, I literally can't see my mouse. There we go. That was so weird. Anyway. How I save all of my Live2D folders. If you give me a second, I will go pull up my Live2D folders, and then I will pull this up onto the screen so y'all can see my process. How you save it is really important, because you're gonna have several variations on the file, and you want to make sure that they're all easily accessible. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do here is I've made this new folder. Okay, this is called tailwag emote. Okay, then we're gonna go into the folder, and we're gonna make two folders in here. We're gonna make one entitled Live2D. You can call it Live2D folders, you can call it Live2D tailwag, whatever you want to do. And then we're gonna make one that's tailwag export. Now this is less important when you are doing GIF exports. Those are very easy to tell, but when you are doing model exports, you are gonna have a bunch of files on every export, and you're possibly gonna have multiple Live2D files, and you want to make sure that your raw files go in your Live2D folder. So this is where we're going to save this now. And then when you export the actual thing that you're doing, it goes in your export folder. And that way it all stays nice and tidy, and you don't ever have any issues with finding the files that you're trying to get to. Thank you for the simp sip. All right, so now in order to save, I'm going to go up here, click File, Save As, and then I am going to go into my Live2D folder, Live2D projects, and I'm going to go find that folder that I just made, which tailwag emote, and we're going to go into Live2D, and we're going to name this file tailwag emote. Fantastic, and now it's saved. You got your save, Burning? File. Save as. Yeah, and then you're gonna go find the folders that we just created.
Hold up.
Did you make the folders?
Yeah, I did.
But you don't remember
so
where you
it's yeah, it's in a. I have a lot of discs, so
yeah, that's
I need to go
so
find...
real.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and then you're gonna save it in the Live2D one, not the export one. Okay, and then you're gonna name it tailwag emote. Good job. And hit, yeah, and then you save it. Good job. Fantastic. Now it's saved. And as we can see, each of these now will move together on all of these turns. See? And don't forget, you always want to reset back to your center points before you mess with anything else, okay? It will mess with how you're deforming things if you don't have the parameters you're not working on. Reset. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Okay, and now this is where I teach you guys a magic trick, okay? This is my favorite magic trick of all. This is where we say, hey Void, how do we get depth or movement on a tail? with things like our render layers. And remember I said if you don't want to do the additional fancy thing, merge the layers, right? This is the additional fancy thing, okay? We're gonna go in and sure, let's take the shadow layer that you have first, Burning. You're gonna go in and you're gonna select all the glued pieces, okay? Just for the shadow layer.
Is that...
You just noticed my straw, it's so cute. Thank you. It comes up whenever somebody redeems Simp Sip. And the Simp Sip is my hydration redeem. I do have I have some like juice that's on a redeem that you can fill up the slime with and some other things, but I've turned off most of my redeems just so we can focus today. Not the glue layers, Burning.
Oh, I thought you said glue.
No, the glued together layers, not the glue itself.
I heard glue.
You heard the word glue was in there. You're not wrong. Okay, so now that we selected all those, we're gonna go to our layer 0. Okay. Not layers, not layer 0, the parameter 0, sorry. I can words, I promise. The parameter 0, and we're gonna click on that. Click. Okay, and then you see this little thing that has 3 green dots? This is gonna put 3 keyforms. If you don't have green dots, it doesn't move, okay? It's not keyed, it's not gonna move how you want it to, okay? So now we have this keyed to this bottom turn. And we're gonna go to the left-hand one. You can use the right-click button and it will go to the exact keyform. You won't be anywhere in between. Okay, so now that we're here, all we're gonna do is we're just gonna move this shadow a little bit, okay? We're gonna go take up here next to the deformation path that we used last time is a little paintbrush with 2 circles next to it, okay? You see that? You're gonna click on that.
Okay.
Okay. Now that you clicked on that, you're gonna have this little paintbrush with 2 circles. Wow, the paintbrush with 2 circle button gave you a paintbrush with 2 circles, right? If you need to make the brush bigger or smaller, hold down B and then click and drag. So to the right will make it bigger, and click and drag to the left will make it smaller. Okay? Burning?
Okay.
Do you want to try that? Okay, good. B, beta. Thank you for checking in, Steven. Steven, I adore you. Okay, I was gonna say if I were a teacher. I've been a teacher before. I've been a teacher and I have also been a college tutor and I've worked a lot in education. You're like the student that every person in that profession would love to have if they're good at their job. If they're, those angry teachers who decided when they were 5 they wanted to be a teacher, and then when they were hit with the reality of what teaching entails, they got mad about it and then blamed all the kids that they work with. Not those people. I'm talking about the people who enjoy their job. You're so engaged. Absolutely here for it. The teachers who actually want to teach. Exactly. So all we're gonna do here is we're just gonna use this. This is almost like the tool that we used in Procreate. Remember, for the just nudging around things? Yeah, it's just like that. Okay, so we're just gonna nudge it. If you don't like how it's moving things, if you go up into this tool details tab, it has the weight, which is how almost like opacity. It's how much it actually impacts the things. The brush size is the actual size, and the brush stiffness is how solid the movement. And we're just gonna nudge it up a little bit. I'm just gonna nudge it. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Okay, you don't need a lot of movement, and you can always come back if you don't like it later. You can always come back and fix it later.
Also, Steven on YouTube side, what teacher's pet? I would never.
I'm so sure you would never. We can always fix it in post, exactly. But post just being after we've seen how it looked. Okay. So yeah, all I did is I just like nudged it up a little bit. We're basically looking for the shadows and highlights to move in a circular motion. Let me go grab here, the lasso tool. So when it's moving to this direction, we're gonna want the shadows and highlights to move the opposite way. Okay, so we're gonna want it to go in a circular motion like this. And then when it goes to the other side, we want it to move the opposite way in a circular motion like this. That's all we're doing here, is just adding a little bit of a little nudgy circular motion, okay? And you want it to just creep along the outside of the tail. It's very, very easy to do. And you're gonna do that for each, apologies, y'all. I'm gonna have to mess with something real quick. Oh god, where did I put it? Here it is. Apologies. I should have had this in like a small, oh gosh, no, I lost my mouse again. I don't know why my this happens when my computer's like having a particularly bad time. It'll just stop rendering my mouse for me. Okay, the issue was I don't like this song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all. Okay. So once you've done that with the shadow, you're gonna go and do that with your highlight as well. So the lasso tool adds motion, not selection. Oh, no. Sorry, I was using it as a visual indicator. It is a selection. I was just showing the direction of the motion. Because I don't have a sketch tool that I can use in Live2D to show the direction. So that's, yes, thank you for clarifying. No, I was just trying to show the direction you want the movement to go in. And the lasso tool was the best thing I had on hand to show the direction. You want to move counterclockwise when it's turned to the right, and clockwise when it's turned to the left. I'm a professional hacker, yes. Okay. So once you've done that with the shadow, you can go do that with your highlights as well. And grab the same tool, and like I said, we're going counterclockwise, so we want these to go down. You can always add more movement later. You can also take away movement later if you decide it's too much, but I would suggest just starting with something light. Thank you for asking. That is important to help clarify. Okay, so now, oh, whoops, I forgot. I told y'all, I was like, if it's not keyed, it doesn't move, and I forgot to hit the key button. So we want to make sure when we go and do the highlights, we also key those first burning. You also didn't key them first. You can just Control Z until they're back where they were.
Okay.
And then you have to return to center, hit the 3 dots, and then move it and give the movement again. And now while you're doing that burning, I am going to show everybody what we do with the like blended out shading that I have underneath. You don't have that layer, so you don't gotta worry about it. So if you did a blended out layer like this, what you're gonna do is you're gonna select all of them, you're gonna move it to the side, and then you're gonna wanna nudge it left and right as opposed to in a circular motion. And so what that will do is the section that is dark will always be on the part that's facing down, and the section that's light will be on the part that's facing up. So you see that? If I actually, hold on, let me turn these on to like multiply so you can see the color better. So you see that? You see how the lighter part here is up at the top, and that's gonna be how you want to do shading if you do it like that. Is you just want to have it nudged there. Question, is it just a work preference to add keys individually as you're adding the deformation? I would say if you are new to Live2D, it is better to add the keys when you are ready to do them, because you're not always going to know ahead of time what needs to be keyed to what. Yeah. So I would say, oh, now I want to work on these layers for this particular parameter, so now I'll key them, because there's a limit to how many times you can key something. You can only key it to 3 parameters. Anything more than that, and you start getting into wonky, higher level Live2D stuff, where you can run into things breaking. So I would individually key them when you're ready for them to move, at least to start with. I will personally, when I'm working on something, will go and key it to like 30 parameters at once and sort it out later. But I also know what I'm doing. And I'm not going to be like, oh god, where did it break? I'm gonna generally know where it broke because I've broken things so many times. You learn by messing things up and by breaking things, and as long as you take that process a little bit at a time, it'll go a lot easier for you. You're gonna head to bed, Nix. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. Okay, you got all of your things keyed on that keyform?
I'm gonna move these a bit more.
Okay.
Okay, I think so.
Now you're gonna right click on the right keyform. Okay. And now you're gonna do the opposite. Okay. Now, importantly, depending on what movement you're doing, you can go and use this fancy tool where if we go back to the left-hand keyform, we click this hamburger menu with the layers that we want to use selected and click Reflect Motion. And then we go to Reflect Horizontally. Hypothetically, it works, right? So it worked for this layer specifically, the shadow layer, because the movement is left to right. It's not going to work for the layers you have burning. You can't reflect those horizontally. You can always check, like you can always try and hit like reflect horizontally. And if it works, it works. And if not, you just hit Control Z. It'll help you figure out what that tool is good for. Now, I will show you though, and guys, don't be too scared. This is a super advanced Live2D technique. Okay, if we go select all of the highlight layers on the left-hand keyform. That is the right-hand keyform, left-hand keyform. Okay, now we're gonna do Control-Shift-C. Now, this is one thing specifically, you cannot do what I'm showing you unless you have the Pro version. It won't let you because you cannot copy-paste keyforms. Okay, Control-Shift-C is specifically for copying a keyform. So we're gonna Control-Shift-C. I always hit the C twice because sometimes it doesn't process it. So I just like aggressively hit that, okay? And then we're gonna go to the right-hand keyform, okay? And then we're gonna Control-Shift-B as in beta, okay? And then we get this fancy little window to pop up. This says blend settings. What blend settings do is they continue the motion that you did. Okay? So if you, let's say, moved something 1 inch to the right, the blend settings could continue moving it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 inches to the right, or it could move it 2 or 3 or 5 inches to the left, but it could not move it up or down. It can only continue it in the exact same trajectory that it's using. And so what we want to do here is compatibility at -100 is going to do the exact reverse of the motion that we did. It's like we drove our car forward into the garage, and now we're just gonna back it up with just complete reverse motion. So we set it at -100, click OK. And it's not always gonna work perfectly, but if we look at this, you know, we can see, it did the opposite movement. It's maybe not exactly what I want, but it's a good starting point, and sometimes it is exactly what you want. And if you hate it, you can just, again, Control Z. You can always undo. I hate Control Z a lot. And then we can do that same thing with the shadow laders. We can do Control Shift C, and then Control Shift B. But as I'm looking at this, I'm saying, I don't like what the reverse is for this layer. So we're just gonna cancel that, and I'm gonna hand do it. I'm just gonna do. Also, I do want to remind everybody, the point of this is meant to be like quick and easy, not to be perfect. None of these tutorials are going to be like, this is the most perfect ideal way to do it. It's going to be, this is the best way I think to learn how to do it. This is, in my opinion, the least complicated way to learn how to do it. And I'll throw in some spicy stuff here and there, but like none of it's necessary, and none of it is gonna be about like, let's fine tune this to perfection. It's more about just learning things. Okay, now we got our side-to-side motion. All good?
Yeah, I think so.
If it's an exasperated tail wag, it'd be from side to side. That's great. Okay, now we are gonna move on to the sparkle, okay? The sparkle, you guys, the sparkle. So complicated. Really the hardest part of all this. Also, that's sarcasm if I'm not inflecting properly. Okay, so we're gonna go into our parameter list, and we're gonna click the little plus button at the bottom, okay? We're gonna click it. There we go. Okay, we're gonna call this one sparkle. Okay? And you can Control A, Control C, Tab, and then Control V to make sure the ID is the same. I recommend doing that in general when you're creating parameters. It does make it easier. We do want our range to be yes?
You said do what?
Okay.
To make it sure it's the same?
Okay, Control A, Control C, then let go, hit Tab, and then hit Control V. You know, I distinctly remember you saying that you thought the keyboard class in your school was pointless, but I think maybe it wasn't, because...
No, I just couldn't process all that because you
It's
just said it so
keyboard
fast.
shortcuts! It's keyboard shortcuts. Okay.
Oh, they never
Range.
told it. The thing is, they never actually taught us that.
Okay, well then it was a bad class, not as a concept, but in
Exactly.
execution.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. It's gonna be, your minimum is gonna be 0. Your default is gonna be 0. And your maximum is gonna be 1. Okay? And then we're gonna hit OK. Hooray! Okay, now we have the sparkle. We're gonna make sure our sparkle layer is selected. and our sparkle parameter is selected. Okay, and we're gonna hit the guess what? The 3 little dots. Yeah. Okay. Boop. Okay, and now, and this is gonna be so difficult, right? You're just gonna make sure you have the arrow tool, this tool, the little key mouse selected. Okay, and then you're gonna see this red box around it. You're gonna hold down Shift Alt, and then you're gonna go to the corner, and you're gonna shrink it. Okay, and then you're gonna Control Shift C on the parameter, and then you're gonna go to the right hand side, and you're gonna Control Shift V. Okay, and then look, now it does. And then here's a fun extra thing. We're gonna right click on the sparkle parameter. Okay, we're gonna hit edit parameter. Okay, and then we're gonna hit this little check box next to repeat. It's gonna give you this thing, and you click yes. And then you click yes, and then you hit OK. And now you can just click and drag across the parameter endlessly. Okay. Okay. That's our sparkle. Okay, we're almost done, I promise. Almost done. Okay? Now, if you want more than one of your sparkle, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this sparkle, we're gonna click this little thing right here next to our auto meshing button is a little warp deformer button. It looks, I don't even know what that looks like. It's between the circle with a line and the thing that says auto and has a triangle. Okay, we're gonna click that.
It just looks like a mesh.
Yeah, you're gonna click that. You're gonna get this little pop-up thing. You can just hit create. None of those things matter right now, okay? We're just gonna use this to reposition all of our sparkles, okay? So we're gonna put this over at the corner wherever we want it. If you just move the star, I'll show you what happens. If I just moved the sparkle, now that movement is on the key form because it is keyed. So when it has green, it means it's recording the movements you're doing. You don't want that. So that's why we made this warp deformer. Okay, so I want the sparkle over here. And then we're going to select the warp deformer and the sparkle. We're going to Control C, Control V. And then we're gonna make sure we just have that new warp deformer selected, not the sparkle, just the new warp deformer. And then we can move that one. And remember, if we hold down Shift and Alt, it will perfectly resize around the center of it. Whereas if you don't hold down Shift and Alt, it moves like this. You won't get the perfect movement. So we're gonna hold down Shift and Alt, and we're gonna resize that to whatever size we want it, and we can do that as many times as we need to for the number of sparkles we want. Okay, so I got my 3. My 3 is how many I want.
Oh, whoops.
Don't worry, that's what Control Z is for. You got all your sparkles?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, importantly, if you want your sparkles to alternate their movement, right? So you don't want them all to move together. You want them to alternate the movement. Then, for me, I'm going to select my 2 smaller ones. not their warp deformers, just the layers themselves. Okay, and this is the fun part. I don't remember if this is part of the keyboard shortcuts or if this is a keyboard shortcut that I added. So we're gonna find out right now, and if it's one that I added, I'm gonna show you guys how to add it, okay? We're gonna do Control-Shift-R. Let me guess that doesn't pull anything up.
It did not.
Okay, I thought not. So I thought I remembered that that was one I added myself. I'm going to tell you all right now, you want this keyboard shortcut added. It is vital for basically anything you do in Live2D. I don't know why it's not automatically added, especially considering this is the keyboard shortcut that you are going to need for when you are reflecting eyes or arms or anything symmetrical on a model. You're going to need this keyboard shortcut, okay? So that you don't have to rig two eyes separately. That is so stressful, okay? So we're going to go over to File. Burning, we're doing a tutorial video. Burning, we're doing a tutorial video. You gotta follow along with the tutorial. We're gonna go to File. Keyboard shortcuts, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're gonna get this pop-up here. Okay? And then in here, we're gonna type in reflect. Okay? Alright, in this little search bar. And then the one that literally says reflect. The name is just reflect, and it is under the menu modeling, under edit form reflect, not the one that's under palette parameter. Okay, this one right here. And I keyed mine as Control-Shift-R. I recommend doing that. To my knowledge, Control-Shift-R isn't keyed to anything else. Is very helpful. Okay, you need this shortcut. Hi Con. Just gonna be lurking tonight. Okay, thanks for the lurk. Okay, you got your shortcut, Burning?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're gonna hit OK. I'm hitting cancel because I don't want to take the off chance that I hex something up. Okay, now that we have that keyed, you're gonna do Control-Shift-R. Control-Shift-T is, but I added the shortcut too. Wait, Control-Shift-T is what? Was it already keyed to Control-Shift-T and I changed what it was? That's possible. Did it already have a shortcut listed for you, Burning?
No, it did not.
Okay.
I think Rat Dragon just meant that one's open too.
Oh, open. Got you. Yes. Okay, so now that we're in here, you're gonna uncheck the reflect horizontally. Okay, we don't want the reflect horizontally or vertically checked. We're gonna click reflect along the parameter of sparkle. And what this is gonna do is it's gonna reverse what keys are what. But it doesn't work. If I was dumb in how I keyed this, y'all, I apologize. I know why it doesn't work, because I meant to key this to 2 keyforms, and I knew that. And hold on, y'all, we're gonna just, this is why the YouTube video is important. We're gonna unkey to the sparkle because Void did a silly thing. Void did a very, very silly thing. We only need it keyed to 2, but oh, no, I know why I did it that way too. Because I wanted to use the repeat. We can just copy paste the keyforms. That'll work. But regardless, the reflect is very important. In that case, forget all the stuff that I just said about that. Select those 2 and go on the center keyform. Control-Shift-C. You bet it was unavoidable. Fantastic. What'd you do, Burning?
I clicked the center keyform.
No, you didn't. Because that does not do that. Unless, wait a minute, Burning. Control-Z. Okay. Go to the center keyform. Control Z again. What did... I think at some point you must have deformed them.
Okay.
You can just... yeah, I don't know what you did there. You can just Control Z until it doesn't do that. Okay, I mean, it looks like the keyforms aren't on there, so you should be able to key directly to it. And now you can just do it from scratch. But what I'm gonna show what I was gonna do first, and then we'll do your way. I'll do yours, so don't do what I'm doing. So I wanna take these small sparkles and switch what key is what. So I'm gonna go to the center, Control-Shift-C, then Control-Shift-V on the left, and then go to the right, Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V on the center, and then go to the left, Control-Shift-C, go to the right, Control-Shift-V, and now they alternate. You basically just copy paste, you change which order they're in. Reflecting would work if it was the left and right, which were opposites, but it doesn't do the center. And I prefer doing it this way. All right, now burning. The way I would do it for you is select the two that you want to move together. Do not select their warp deformers, select the actual thing. And then they're both keyed, so now you can make each of them bigger. On whichever, on either the center or on the ends. Okay? And then you're gonna do the opposite the other way. You can if you want okay. If you want to do just one at a time, you can. So you have it selected, okay, and then you do Shift Alt, and then you drag the corners, okay? And then same with the other one that you want to move with it. Shift Alt, drag the corners. Okay, and now you're gonna select both of those. Okay, and then Control-Shift-C. And then go to the right-hand parameter. Yep, and then Control-Shift-V. Okay, and then you're gonna go to the center one. Click on the others. Okay, burning. Important question. I thought you undid until it wasn't a thing anymore. What happened?
You said not to do it anymore because it was not keyed.
Oh, then you did this before you keyed it, possibly? Or you have something else keyed to this? I don't know what you did, buddy. I don't know where that came from. If you go to the left-hand key. Okay, now, if you right-click on the little number next to it, next to that parameter, if you right-click, you should get this little menu, okay? And then you go to the little drop-down arrow and click Select.
Wait, I did not get a menu.
Okay, so then click on the name and then right-click on the numbers again. Sometimes it just hates you because this was a stupid way to set it up. Okay, now you got the menu. It was right there. Burn it, it's right there. I just saw it show up like 3
this
times.
one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you do the drop-down arrow and you hit the one that says Select. Okay. Now you're gonna hit next to the 3 dots is a little line, like a red line through a bar, and you're gonna click that. Okay. Now you're gonna hit the 3 dots again. What's it saying? I can't
automatically add maximum and minimum key value
yes.
and repeat is activated?
Yes. Okay. Now go to the center keyform. Okay, it's fixed. Fantastic. Now let's try that again. I really don't know what you did. Could not tell you what happened there, but it's fixed now. And now, do you want me to tell you the steps again?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to the left-hand keyform. Make sure you're right-clicked on it. Okay. Yeah, you always want to right-click when selecting keyforms. Okay. Now pick the first star that you want to move together, because you had the top 2 stars move together and then the bottom star was separate, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so pick the first one of those, and now Shift Alt, and then drag a corner in. Okay? To make it small. Or make it big, whichever one you want to do, whichever way you want to do it, but just be consistent with whether you're making small or big. Okay, now do that to the other one. Okay. Remember to hold down Shift Alt to resize consistently. Okay. Now select both of them. Control Shift C. And then right click on the right hand parameter and Control Shift V. And now, because you've given me anxiety, can you right click on the center keyform? Okay, good. That's what it's supposed to do. Now you go to the other sparkle and you stay on the center keyform, and then you make it small there, and then they'll move in opposites. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. Okay, you got that? Sparkle. Okay. And now you should be able to drag along it, and it should do what mine's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, hooray. Good job. All right. Now, one of the last things we got to do is we are going to go click on the rotation deformer, rotation 0. You can either do it in your parts list, which will be in the rotation folder, or you can do it in your deformer list. Does not matter. Okay?
Rotation 0?
Yep. Okay, and then you're going to go up here. Next to that warp deformer is a little circle with the line through it. Not the 2 circles with the lines, the 1 circle with the line. We're going to click that. This is going to be a rotation deformer that we're going to use to now position where we want our tail. Remember I said we were going to position it in Live2D? Now we're going to position it in Live2D. Okay, so you just hit OK on all that, and then this you can use to turn it, you can use to move it, and you can use to make it larger. Now, importantly, we are going to be cropping this, okay? So it does not need to like be positioned perfectly in here. You just want it about where you want the thing to be. If you want to resize the deformer itself, if you hold down Control, you can then click and drag the circle, which will change the size of the circle. Changing the size of the circle changes how it moves, because it basically rotates around the circle. So if you have a big circle, right? Whoops. If you have a big circle, then it's gonna move around that circle, right? Okay, so we got that about positioned where we want.
How do you change the size of the circle without?
You hold down Control.
Okay.
Okay. And you're gonna want it pointing straight across, okay? You're gonna want it from bottom left corner to top right corner. Or if you want it coming out of the bottom right corner, then you want it bottom right corner to top left corner. But basically you want it along the center line that you want the tail wag to be. You don't want it, like, we don't want it over here. We don't want it half off here. We don't want none of that, okay? All good?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna make sure we save.
Moving it a little bit more. Save.
Yep, and then we're gonna go File, New, and Animation, okay? And then we're just gonna, it should be on SDK Unity, that is fine. We can just leave it on that, hit OK. Okay, and now we're gonna have, this is the animation area. Up over here in the top left is our project. Right here we see tail wag emote. That is the file we actively have open over in this tab. Okay, so we're gonna click and drag it onto the canvas. Whoa, look at that. Wowie. Do not touch anything yet. We're now gonna go click on, in the scene list, we're gonna click on scene 1. Click. And then when you do that, you get this inspector tab. And we're gonna change the size of the canvas, okay? We're gonna, this little thing that says fix aspect ratio, we're gonna uncheck that box because we do not want it in this rectangular shape. And now this is where we're gonna put roughly the emote size we're gonna want. You can export it as different sizes than when you put here, but I just prefer to put it here. So we're gonna say about 500 by 500 and hit enter. Okay? Oh, whoops. I accidentally turned on all the toggles. I forgot. Can't use my numpad. Okay, so you did that. And now we are going to go down here in our timeline and we're going to click on the blue thing that says tail wag emote. We should get this red box around our tail wag. You might need to zoom out in order to see it. There you go. And now we're going to do our handy dandy Shift Alt and drag the corners in. Wow. And then if you hold down Shift instead of Shift Alt, and then you go to the center of the art, you'll get this little 4 arrows and you can drag it. Ha, just kidding. I was trying to tell you you could hold down Shift and it would not move in anything but a straight line, but I was clearly wrong. So you're not going to do that. You're just going to move it to about where you want it. You're going to keep resizing and moving until you say, yeah, this is where I want it on the canvas. Please do remember that you don't want the bottom of your tail to be inside the canvas, okay? You want the bottom of the tail cut out because that is where it attaches to the butt. And we don't have a butt for this emote, so you want it off the canvas, and you want it considerably off the canvas, Burning. You're going to want to make it, because yours is pretty wide, so you might even want to make your emote a little bit bigger. Yeah, like that. And then stretch it towards the top right corner. Hold down the Shift Alt, and then bring the top right corner up a little bit. Yeah. And we can adjust it later, but this is where we're gonna start with. Okay. Now we got that all set up, and now we're gonna do, and I'm actually gonna bring up because I want to give y'all the exact Hold on. I had set up like the exact timing I was gonna use on this, and I just want to grab that because it's a lot easier to use one that I already had set rather than us trying to sort out timing right here. Okay, fantastic. We are gonna set this to, I had it set at what, 220? Okay. We're gonna go into the timeline. At the top here is your duration. If you hover over it and you get the little ham, little ham, you can click and drag, and you see this black box over here. This indicates not usable timeline. And then to the left of it is usable, and we want the line to be right at 220. And then we're gonna go over here to the tail wag emote thing, and you see how it has its own blue line? We're gonna hover over the end of that until we get this little line with 2 arrows, and we're gonna click and drag. You can click and drag it past the 220. It doesn't matter if it goes past it. It just matters that it has to go at least to the 220. Okay? Good? Good. Now this gives us our timeline, and then I'm like 90%. Yeah, I did leave it at the 30 frame rate. Over here in the inspector tab, you can see the frame rate that it has set up. But we're not going to change that, but this is where you can change frame rates for things. When we export it, you can also set the frame rate there, but this is just what we're going to see for the frame rate, which is how many frames per second. Sorry, you misclicked. No, that was fantastic. And now we do need to go make one more parameter in the tail wag emote, okay? We're going to go back into the tail wag emote. We're going to click the plus in the parameter list, and we're just going to call this anim or animation, okay? And it's going to be 0 to 1 again. And hit OK. And then, let me go grab what the timing was that I set for this, because again, I feel like that is... Oh, no, I was not smart, and No, that is... Where did I put the timing for it is the real question. I had it in here somewhere. That literally isn't physically possible. Is it set on the 0? Oh! I know what happened. I think it was a different, I think I saved it as a separate file. That makes more sense. I guess I can't copy the exact timing, but that's okay. We'll figure it out together. Oh. Oh no.
Huh.
This brought over my stupid tail test information. I hate when Live2D hacks up and brings stuff over. There we go. Alright, so what we're gonna do in here is we're gonna open up this folder, the tail wag folder. In the animation, you're gonna click the little drop down arrow, and then in Live2D parameters, you're gonna click that drop down arrow too. We're gonna go down to the one that says animation, and then here's where we're gonna set the keyforms for our actual animation. Okay, we're gonna right click on the left hand side for that, and then we'll go in to 25 seconds in, okay? Let's say, which will be this line, as you can see, like right next to the 24 is like this line. And then we're gonna right click on the right hand side to get a 1. And then we're just gonna do that.
Wait, do what? At the 25, do what?
But we're gonna click on the right hand side of the animation parameter. So first you have to click this blue line thing. You have to click at the 25. You have to make sure you're at the 25 with your blue line. And then you're gonna go and click the keyform that you want there. And that will add the keyform. And then we're gonna go in to because this is 30 per second, it is not gonna be, and this is what's really frustrating, as you can see, 1 second in, this is 25 frames. So we wanna make sure that we go to 50 frames and not 50 seconds in, because that's good. It's the numbers in frames and I hate how they do it. But if you look over here at it says 120, underneath it says like the pure number, which is like the actual number of frames. And then we're gonna set that at the 0. And then we're gonna do that again at 75 frames. If I can get to 75 frames. I hate this program. 75 frames, we're gonna do up.
75.
You know what? We need to extend this duration a little bit to 100 frames. Let me go find 100 frames. I wish I had saved the initial file and not just the finished one where I cropped it. That would have been helpful. Okay, here we go. I found where 100 frames is at. It's just past 309. And then you're gonna set your final, like, the at 0 for animation. So we're gonna have basically what's like a up, down, up, down, up, down. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And importantly, you need the last and first keyframes to be the same because or else it won't loop. Now we're gonna select on the animation parameter and we're gonna click next to where the timing is this little table that has a little curvy line in it.
Yes.
Okay, click that, and then you're gonna see this table form, and we can zoom out to see the full thing. Okay. Now we're gonna do Control A.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're gonna click this button here. Up at the top, they've got these different forms, and we just want it to be not curves. Boing, 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 boing. Fantastic. Okay, now we are gonna go ahead and we're gonna do File, Save As. Okay, and we're gonna go put this in, remember that handy dandy folder that we did. Yeah. Where we did the Live2D folder, not the export one, and we're gonna call this tail anim. Okay, we're gonna save that. Very important, keep that. Okay. You might say, Void, this isn't animated yet. We're not animating it. Live2D is about to animate it for us. All we had to do was create that timeline. Okay? This is the speed at which the tail is going to wag. If you want it faster, then you are going to want these points to be closer together. If you want it slower, you want them further apart. Also, importantly, what you can do is you can select all of the points on this timeline, and then this little button down here next to where you zoom in and out, there's this little button that has a percentage on it. You can click that, and if you say 50%, then it will be half the speed. If you do at 200%, it'll be, well, half the speed, twice the speed. It'll take half the amount of space, which means it'll go twice as fast. If you do 200, it'll take twice as much space, so it'll go twice as slow. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our tail wag emote, and this is where it's gonna do the fancy stuff for us, okay? It's all about to come together. Y'all are gonna be like, wow, that's crazy. Burning?
Yeah.
Tail wag emote?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We go to modeling. Physics settings. Wow, we're not, not yet, Steve. Okay, modeling physics settings, okay? Now that we're in here, oh wait, too soon, yes. Okay, we're gonna, up here at the top left, it says physics and then playlist. We're gonna click playlist. Okay. And then in here, under this playlist list, you're gonna add a playlist because we don't have one yet. You're gonna click add.
Oh, duration. Oh, it's
Nope, you're burning. Where it says play to the right of that is another, no, to the right of what your mouse is on, there is another section named playlist. Yeah. And then underneath it says playlists, has a drop down menu, and then says add right under it. Yeah. And then you can just leave it as new playlist. It does not matter. Just hit OK. And now it has new playlist selected. Yes, we are editing these into more cohesive video. Yes. But the VOD will also be up. And then on the scene list, you're going to click scene 1. And then above it, you're going to click add. And now scene 1 is in our new playlist. But yes, both will be options. And now we're going to go back to physics. Okay. And we're going to hit up at the top. Next to it says new playlist 0, scene 1, and there's a play button. Hit the play button. It is not doing anything yet, but it will momentarily. Okay. Now we have, under physics, it says calculate FPS, then it says group, and to the right of group it says add. So we're going to click that. And here is where we're going to add our physics group, and this is where the program is going to calculate our movement for us. We can just call this tail, because it is a tail, and because we have no other physics group, so it doesn't matter. Right?
And then just click OK?
Yep. Okay. Here we're going to change the normalization of input. Okay, we're going to set the minimum to -30. The minimum on the angle to -30. I need to stop hitting. Heck. There we go. I promise I'm going to remember one of these days that I can't use my numpad. Okay, and then the maximum is 30, okay? For the angle, we don't need to mess with position X because we're not using position X. We got the -30 to 30?
Yeah.
Okay, now over here, it says add, and this is where we're gonna add our input. This is what Live2D is basing the movement off of. And so here, we're gonna click add, we're gonna click the animation, we're just gonna check that one, and we're gonna hit OK. And then we are going to change. Right here it says the input is animation, the type is position X. We don't want that. We want this to be an angle. And the effectiveness we want to set to 100% if I would remember to stop using my numpad. We're just going to set it as 100% and hit enter. Okay, this is setting up the animation, which we just made. Which you can see in our parameter list, that dot is moving. That's the animation we just made. It's going to set that as the input for the tail physics. That is the speed at which the tail physics is going to move. Now, down here is the physics model settings. We're going to go in here. I'm just dragging it up so y'all can see. You don't have to do that. And we're going to add pendulums. The number of pendulums we add is going to be the number of parameters that we made for the tail. So as we can see, the last one is named 6. That means there are 7 parameters because Live2D is a jerk and starts its number laying with 0 like an asshole. Okay, so if the last parameter that you have for skinning is named 6, then you have 7. If it's named 15, you have 16, okay? Because they start with 0. You can go in and manually count it, but it's easier to just base it off the number they give you, as long as you remember that their numbers are wrong, because who starts counting from 0? If you say count to 10, nobody goes 0, 1, 2. No, they start with 1. I'm sorry. It's a pet peeve of mine. Okay, so we're going to add,
I kind of want to start with 0 each time I count.
Please don't. So programming starts with 0. Don't!
Logic is not needed here.
Yeah. Okay. Alright. So however many you have here, which I have 7, that's how many pendulums we're gonna add. So we're gonna click the add button that number of times. So I'm gonna add 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, each of these dots is going to be where each of those parameters are moving. So this is essentially what our tail will look like. We don't want that. And also, if you can't see the whole thing, if you go to the bottom of this and click the 4 arrows, it'll show you the full thing. It'll like zoom out. So you can see, yeah, we don't want this, right? This is an unnecessary tail movement. We don't want this, okay? So what we're going to go in here is we're going to change the duration, okay? And you can go in and edit these numbers one by one. A lot of the time, you don't need to. They can all be the same setting. So we're going to right-click on the word duration, edit all values in the column, and we're going to say 30, and I'm not going to use my numpad and trigger all of my Live2D stuff. Okay? Now you see this has changed our movement a lot. It's already a lot less unhinged, but it's still very violent, right? We don't need this level of violence. It is also a little bit fast, and if we decide the movement is too fast, we can later change how fast it goes. But we're then going to go to the shaking influence. So we're going to say we don't want it shaking so much. We're going to right click, edit all values in column, and we say this is really shaky. Now I think a 0.85 is usually where I like to go with this, and now look, this is a lot less violent already. Okay, now, and this is just, if you're doing a tail, just put these numbers in, okay? 1.2 for the reaction time, and overall acceleration, put in a 2. And this is so that all of the things can properly keep up with everything. That's a slightly annoyed cat. This is so that all of your parameters will keep up with the movement and they won't get offset too much, okay? Now we got that, we're gonna go into our output settings, which is up here. We have input settings, and then we go to the output settings tab. There we go. And then we're gonna click the add button. And then we're gonna go click all of these, okay? We're gonna click all the ones we want. All of our parameters for our tail. We do not want the sparkle in here. Hello, welcome in, Valcrater. How's it going? We're just doing some Live2D tutorials today. Now that you did that, you hit OK. And now they should show up over here. And now, as you can see, you say, oh my gosh, that's the teeniest, tiniest little tail movement I've ever seen in my life. Or you may have none. Correct. All we have to do is we let the movement go for just a moment, and then we're gonna click the increase output button right here. Okay? Boop, and you click yes, and oh my gosh, we have a tail movement, and you say, you know, Void, that is still like super violent for me. Yeah, look. You might say, that is not the tail movement that I want. And we can always adjust things for here, but you can also say, oh no, it's moving too fast. And if it's moving faster than you want, we can always go over and change the speed. Because remember I said we can change the speed over in the animation tab that we made this, our little animation thing that's going left to right. But we can also do things over here to limit the movement, okay? We can limit the scale. You can edit all the values. That is always the easiest option. I swear one of these days I'm going to remember to stop using my numpad. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so if I put them all at 100, oh, we say, that's still pretty violent. That's a lot of movement. And, oh, look at that. At 50, it's a lot less violent, okay? So I'm looking at this and I'm saying I do like this movement better, but I think my animation is still too fast. Also, Valcrater, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Normally I am a little bit more attentive to chat, but I am trying to get this Live2D tutorial finished. So I am trying to be as attentive as possible to the tutorial, but I appreciate the follow, and I hope you have a good time. But yeah, so we see this over here. We see, you know, this is a little bit faster than I like. So we can close out this physics setting. Just all you do is just exit it, it saves it. And then we're gonna go back to our animation. Okay, and remember I said if you select everything in a row, you select all these points, you can then, yeah, if you just click and drag across all of them. Yeah, okay, and then you click on next to the zooming is this little thing that has a percentage, and then you can change the interval spacing between each point. So I want this to maybe be, I don't know, let's say half as fast. So we want the interval to be twice as wide. So we want it at 200%. Hit apply. If you like the speed of yours burning, don't do that. And then we just want to make sure that the first and last keyforms are still the same. So this is still 0, then 1, then 0. So that's perfect for me. And then we're going to go back to the tail wag emote, back to modeling and physics settings, and we're going to hit that play button up here again. We say, wow, that is a lot more chill. That is just so much more chill over here. You get lost somewhere, Burning?
You said back to physics?
Modeling physics, yeah. And then you hit the play button at the top. And now you can see the new speed. And you can say, well, that's a lot more chill. And you can mess around with the scaling. If you're still seeing too much wiggles, you can always reduce the shaking influence and say, this is too many wiggles. Right? And so I brought mine down to 0.75. And I'm also looking at this and I go, you know what? I think that I moved my shading a little bit too much, so I can go in and edit that as well. How are you feeling about your movement, Burning?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you identify what you don't like about it?
Feels more stiff. I think I'd want it to be more flexible.
You think you want it to be more flexible? Absolutely. That is super, super valid. So, you want a more wiggly movement. You can always change all of these values in here, right? So again, more wiggly will be increasing the shaking influence. So that's where you get more wiggles on it. I want mine to stay at the 0.75. Duration is also going to change how all of it moves. Literally all of these values will change the movement. I would say if you wanted to, it might be good for you to switch everything back to like the default. Which is what? 10.9511. And then you can see what movement feels good there for you. The duration is the duration of the movement. Steven, would it make sense to tweak some of the values individually instead of applying to all nodes? Yes, you absolutely can. That was one of the first things that I said. You can do it. You don't have to. I tend to, at the very least, start with all of them and find some semblance of a movement that I like. And then after I've gotten the movement that I want, I can fine tune individually. And if you ever want to reset the outputs, you can just reset this, and then you can hit the increase output again, and it'll recalculate. And as you can see, first of all, terrifying. But second of all, I've got a much more floppy movement here now. I do want to fix this. But yeah, so now I got a little bit more of a floppy, and I say, well, I think these are moving much too far in both directions for me. You know what? Do I also want to edit the shaking, though? Yeah. And I'm going to probably bring all of these down. I'm going to click the decrease output. And I'm going to say, you know what, I still think these are too high, and this is where I would go in and start individually messing with them. If you're not sure which of these is linked to which movement, then what you can do is you can look at the output name here. And then you can look at the layer name here and you can say, well, this says the output is layer 1 and here's layer 1, and you can move it and say, this is part of the movement that I didn't like, so I should for sure change the number here. Or, oh, I didn't like this movement, so I should change the number here. But you can, and I think it is for sure easiest to edit all the numbers together. And I would say that's like more of like how I would recommend learning how to do it, is starting with that and then as you learn, like messing with things more and more. How you feeling, Burning?
It's a little bit better.
Okay. And this is where we can also go in and say, remember I said that I didn't like how I felt like I had overdone the movement on the shading. So we can go in and edit that. You can just select the layers. Again, I said I moved it way too far. You can move to points in between the keyforms to do the Control-Shift-C, and then go to the keyform and do Control-Shift-V. To limit that movement. And then I'm also going to do that with the shines. And then I'm going to go back to the animation one, and I'm going to say, you know what? I think that the movement for mine was a little bit too jerky, so I do want to switch this back to smooth curves. I know a lot of people tend to use the pointy ones, like these, the straight lines, as opposed to the curves for this movement. I did want to show it because that is how most tutorials I've seen recommend doing it. It is not how I personally ever do it. I always do the smooth curves, but that's, I like everything wibbly wobbly. And then here we have this movement, and I'm happy with this movement. It is a slower tail. Again, if you want to change the speed, I showed y'all how to change the speed, and you can continue messing with the exact speed until you get one that you're happy with. Just make sure that your start and end keyforms are always the same. So because I moved this over, this is our end keyform. We just want to make sure we move the end to stay with it. If your start and end keyform isn't the same, you're not going to have a loop. And if you don't have a loop, it's going to look wonky.
No. Oops.
Okay, you all set with yours? You ready for the next step or not yet?
I don't know what happened here.
What do you mean you don't know what happened? Can you explain what you mean by what happened here?
The keyform. Okay, I just Control Z back to this. How would you make it go faster again?
Okay. If you want it to go faster, in the animation tab, you're gonna select all your keyforms on your animation parameter. Okay, so you want to make sure you select all of them, including any of them that might be past the end. Okay, and select all those keyforms. Then you're gonna click on this little guy right here next to the zoomy. Is this little thing that has a % on it? You're gonna get a pop-up, and anything less than 100 for percentage is going to increase the speed. Anything over 100 is gonna decrease the speed, because this is how far apart your keyforms are. 100% is the exact space apart they are at the moment that you select this. 50% is they are half as far apart, so it decreases the space between the keyforms. 200% doubles the space between the keyforms. So the less space between the keyforms, the faster it goes. The more space between the keyforms, the slower it goes. Okay? Good?
Okay.
Wait, hi, Burning. I know the bees are yelling at you to start clicking things. But please don't click things yet. The next thing that I said is you have to make sure that wherever your animation ends is the same keyform is what's at the beginning. And you can't have it end on not a keyform because you're gonna mess with the looping. So you see how your animation ends not on a keyform? That is a problem. So you want to check what's that last keyform that you have there? What did you just do? You just placed a keyform or you just moved it? Don't move it.
I do not know.
What are you what are you clicking? Do you not know what you clicked?
So how do I select it?
Well,
or
it looks like you undid the movement again. Didn't you just undo the change in that we just did? The interval change?
No.
Are you sure? That's what it looks like. Can you zoom
in? It had only 3 points on it.
No, Burning. It doesn't create new keyforms. The interval change does not create keyforms. It makes there be less space in between the keyforms. So can you zoom in on your thing? Okay, zoom in, and then is the exact end where a keyform is? Because it looks like this is just what you had. If you hit Control Z, does it space them further apart?
Yeah. Hold up. I don't. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, then redo it, and just make sure that at the end where this like black line is, has a keyform. If it doesn't, don't create a keyform there. Is there a keyform there? Like right where this black line is.
Black line?
Yes, where it goes from light gray to dark gray, where the whole...
Yeah, there's one here.
Okay, there's a keyform there. Is it 0? I can't, because I have to have your thing so small because I only have one monitor. I can't see the numbers on there.
Do I just click it?
Is your blue line on it? The blue...
Yeah, okay, so yes, it is at 0.
Okay, so it's at 0 and your first one's at 0, yeah? Because this blue line will tell you what you're selecting on. Perfect. Okay, that is how we know it is all set. You just want to make sure your first and last keyform are the exact same. That is all, because or else it will not loop, and then it is bad. Okay, now you can go back to your tail wag and go to your physics settings, and you hit play.
But I wanted it slower, or not slower, faster. I mean, you just said to undo.
No,
I was
saying go check if you actually if you did do that, and you said yeah, and I said, oh, okay, well then let's proceed. I didn't mean like undo what you had done. I meant check if you had actually, like, if it had processed, because I didn't see it, and it looked like from what I could see that you hadn't sped it up. So yes, you need to speed it up. So you select all of that. You hit the whatever percentage that's under 100. It looks like it's already selected. Now it's not. Okay. Now you do the percentage that's under 100. We'll make it faster. 50% means it'll be twice as fast. Okay, now zoom in. And make sure if there isn't a keyform on the end, is there a keyform exactly on that last frame, or is it one frame before?
Possibly one frame before.
Yeah, it's one frame before. So. Don't move it. Click on that keyform. Here? Is it 0?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you can just click and drag on this top part to just move the end of your animation loop to exactly on that keyform, so that you don't have a break in your loop. You just want the first keyform and the last keyform to be the exact same keyform. And right now, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Now it is a perfect loop. Now you can go into your model file and go into modeling physics settings and hit the play button. And you should have a faster loop.
Okay.
Are you happier with this?
I'm happier with the speed. Probably need to mess with the...
Okay. Is it possible that that's something that you can do not during the stream? Because as I have said more than once, this is not about getting it perfect. This is about getting it done. And I know you are a perfectionist with anxiety, and I love you for it. But that is things that can always be perfected later off stream. It's just about getting concepts done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know you don't like that. Okay. Let's make sure we have the tail wag emote saved, and we have the animation. We're gonna save it again. And then this is where we finish up the emote, okay? In the animation tab. Okay, we're gonna click on the scene name, which is just gonna be named scene 1. We're gonna go over here and click this little thing that has like 2 movie clips on it. We're gonna click that button, and it's gonna duplicate this.
Wait, I did not see where you clicked.
I didn't click it yet. I was waiting for you.
Or like where you were pointing to, sorry.
Okay, underneath the scene, there is the 2 movie clip pictures. Okay. Yeah, good. No time to be perfect, only blurfect. It's where when you squint at it, it looks good enough. Okay, and then we can call this emote final. How about that? Okay. So now we have a copy of that. We want to make sure we keep the scene 1 because this is going to be our animation file for later. But we're going to do that. And then in here, we're going to go rig our sparkles. Okay, and this is where we cheat. Hi, Fretzy, I love you. I would talk more, but I do want to finish explaining this bit. This is where we cheat. This is why I did the animation loop for this. So you're gonna make sure you open your parameters back up. You're gonna make sure your little blue line is at the beginning. Okay. You're gonna right click on the left-hand sparkle emote, sparkle parameter. We're making it emote. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll to the end, and click wherever the end of your animation is.
Oh god.
You don't need to click and drag, you can just click on there. But yeah, and then you're gonna right click on the end of the sparkle parameter. Okay. And now this says the number 1 here. You see it says sparkle, and then it says 1, and then it says the parameter.
I think so, yeah.
Does it or does it not?
Right next to the sparkle?
Yeah, sparkle, yeah. 1, and then it has the dots, okay? So that means it's gonna loop 1 time during the duration of the entire animation, okay? So if we hit play, we can see it loops 1 time.
Oh, it has it on 2.
Okay, because you clicked it probably twice. That is okay. You can just edit that number and type in 1. But as you can see, it loops that single parameter 1 time during the animation. And here's the fun part. You only need to key, we keyed it just at the beginning of and the end of animation because it is a looping parameter. We don't have to key it any more times. If we say it doesn't do enough loops, we want more sparkles, all we have to do is put our little blue line on the last keyform, okay? And then we change this from a 1 to a higher number, let's say 4, which means it'll sparkle 4 times during the duration of the animation. See, now oh, sorry, hold on, my computer lagged out for a second there. There, now we go. See, now it's sparkle, 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 sparkle. It's going 4 times during the duration, and I like that speed a lot better. What you got going on, Burning?
Yeah.
That
looks better.
Are you scrolling across to see it play? Because there's a play button. You have to press the play because the scrolling across is not going to tell you how fast it actually goes. You got to press the play button. Because or else you'll be going at whatever speed you're going and not the set speed that the animation is. Okay. So we got this. Is that how you want your sparkles to look?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna hit the stop button. We're gonna make sure that this little thing is dragged all the way to the front, our little marker. Okay?
Yeah.
Good. Alright, then we're gonna go to animation. Okay. And we're gonna go into track. Okay, and then we are gonna bake animation from physics. Okay? And then all of this should be selected properly, so you just hit OK. And then it's gonna say physics are applied to the selected parameters. And what this is doing is it's just gonna show you here what we saw in our physics tab. All it's doing is say, oh, you want the physics from the physics tab? I got you. Here they are. Here are the physics from the physics tab. And now, look at that. You just hit the play button. Oh my gosh, we have an animated GIF. Bake animation, I prefer to bake a cake. I mean, why not both? Okay, now, the one big thing that you might notice is a stutter at the end, because remember this is based on physics, so it's not perfect looped animations. And so what you can do, if you're seeing that stutter like I was, which yours looks pretty fine, Burning, like I don't think you need to worry about it.
It is doing the stutter at the end.
Okay. So what you can do is go into, like, make sure your little blue line is dragged to the very, very end, okay? And then you're gonna go into each line, and you're gonna right-click, and you're gonna click Insert Keyframe, and you're just gonna do that for all of them, okay? Right-click, Insert Keyframe, right-click, Insert Keyframe, and make sure every single parameter has a keyframe there. Okay, and then you can just select those, and you can Control C, and then go to the beginning, the first keyform for all of your parameters. Do not take the sparkle or the animation one, just your tail parameters. You go to the first keyform on the list, you select those, and then you control...
Wait, you said select them?
Okay, you inserted all the keyframes on the ends?
Yes.
Okay, and only for the tail parameters, right?
I accidentally put one on the sparkle.
But you already had one on the sparkle.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna select all the tail ones, Control C.
Wait, how do you select
You
all?
click and drag.
Oh. That's,
not over there. No, on the actual where you
well,
are.
that's gonna pick the sparkle one too. Is that fine?
No, it's not burning if you click and drag just on the keyforms. It's and just don't click on the folder. Click on the keyforms. Are you clicking on the folder? Because you can
No.
set a key. Okay, so you have just the tail keyform selected?
And the sparkle, because it's in between two.
Oh, then hold down Control and... Oh, no, that doesn't work. I got you. I didn't understand. Again, Burning, I can't see what you're doing. It is too small. You have to, like, describe exactly what the issue is. I can't see because I did not understand what the issue was. I was like, what do you mean you're gonna select the sparkle? So then just select, you said one of them is above the sparkle and the rest are below?
Yeah.
So just do them separately, Burning. You can just do them separately. You don't have to select all of them. You could do them one at a time, but I guess select the one above first, and then you can do the other ones. Okay, so you Control C, and then you go over to the beginning, and you Control V on that keyform. So then your like beginning keyform and your ending keyform are the exact same, right? Did you do that part?
No, they're...
No, what?
They're different.
What do you mean they're different?
They're like different numbers on the parameters.
So if you look at the first keyform for 0 and then the last keyform for 0, they're not both the same thing?
Yeah.
Then you did not copy paste them correctly. Okay. I'm gonna walk you through very, very, very slow one at a time, okay? You click on the first keyform for the number 0, right? And you click on that actual keyform, so the keyform is highlighted. Okay, good?
At the beginning, right?
Yes, the first keyform. You have it highlighted, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, what does that number say?
-45.
Okay. Now we're gonna go and scroll over to the last keyform for number 0, and we're gonna click directly on it so it's highlighted.
Okay.
You clicked on it and you can see the highlight around it?
Yeah.
Okay, now what does it say?
-31.8.
Okay, so we're gonna do Control C. You can hit it more than once just in case, because sometimes, like I said, Live2D doesn't always take it. So you did that, and it's highlighted. You don't just have the line on it, you see the highlight around the keyform.
Yes.
Okay, now scroll back to the beginning, and you don't have to click and drag, just click on the keyform. And so you have just the one keyform highlighted, right? You have the little box around the green keyform. Okay, now you Control V. There you go. I just saw it move, so I know it worked. Now you do that with all the keyforms. You can do it by selecting multiple of them at the same time, as long as you then also highlight those same ones at the beginning. Okay, good?
Okay.
You can do them one at a time if it's easier. You just want to make sure they are copy pasting so that we get our perfect loop. Good? Yes?
Yeah. My brain is not working again. How select multiple?
Okay, no, you're good. As long as if you can like if you can explain what the issue is to me, I could always help. But again, I cannot I really need a second monitor. I cannot see all of the tiny details of what you're doing. I can see broad strokes. Okay, so you're just gonna click and drag. You're gonna click on the top keyform of the ones you want to select and just drag down to the last one you want to select. And you gotta make sure you do it directly on the keyform.
Oh, it just wasn't letting me because I was already clicked on it.
Yeah, if you're already clicked on it, it won't let you. Okay, you got those?
Yeah.
Okay, and you were able to paste them?
Yeah.
Okay, so that should help with the stutter. And if you're still seeing any sort of weird stutter, two things that are important to look for is you want to make sure you don't have a keyform right next to the one right before or right after, because then you'll get the weird stutter. Sometimes it'll put one random one in. I think I see one at the bottom for you. One of your bottom keyforms has first keyform. You can delete that next one. Just delete that one. And then for each of these, what we can do is click on the tail parameter we want to work with. Click on the edit mode thing that we did before, that little curvy line. And then we just want to make sure that all of these are smooth lines, okay?
So click on the layers you said, and then do the...
Click on the single layer. We're going to do one layer at a time. Click on the top, the top parameter that we're going to edit. And then click on the little wavy line. Okay? Good. And now that we're in here, we just want to make sure that all of our lines are curvy, okay? You got, which parameter are you in right now?
The layer 0, the first one.
Okay, yeah. So you just want to make sure everything's curvy. Yours looks great. But at the ends, you just want to make sure that, what I have here, this isn't great. Where it's super flat. So I'm just gonna move that a little bit. And you can just click and drag and this will just give me a smooth curve. And then I can do that on all of them. And you just want to make sure that each one has a smooth curve going in and out. The beginning and end are the most important parts. The first keyform and the last keyform. And you just want to make sure everything's wavy. You want it to be loosey-goosey. If it's loosey-goosey, you're all good. Wee.
Is it still good?
That one is not great. Okay, so that's probably gonna give you a good bit of a stutter. And so you can just click and drag. I wouldn't move the first or last keyform because that's what we know for a fact is on a loop, but you can click and drag the existing keyform maybe a little bit to the left so there's not such a super long dip. Yeah, there you go. And just make it a little bit a little bit wavier. A little wavy. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay?
Better.
And you can also, with these, and this part is really cool. So if you click on any keyform, and then you click on like the green line, you can change the movement of the green line as well. So like how much of a curve it is and in what direction without moving the points. So if you click on the green line. And then like drag it. Click and drag and wiggle it around. See? So that one is going down, so you're gonna want it to like go down, but that is also how you can change the intensity of the curves. Okay? Okay. And then we have our little tail wobble. Hooray. Are you good? And you can hit the play button, and then we have our tail. Okay, and then all we gotta do is we save it, of course. And then we're gonna do file. Did you save it?
I still have a little bit of a stutter, but it's not nearly as bad.
What did I say about perfect? This is not
Yeah.
today. This isn't about getting it perfect. This is about learning. And this is the first time you've ever opened this program, Burning, and you made an emote. That's so amazing. You've literally never opened this program before. Like,
It
it's
fried my
not gonna
brain.
be... Huh?
It fried my brain.
Yeah. Okay, file. Export image video. And then GIF. Yep. Okay, now in here, you can change the export size. If you're running into issues with it uploading to platforms, you can always bring the size down. It is important to note Twitch has a frame number cap. So it is not just about the size of the file or the square pixels. Twitch has a cap on the total number of frames that any GIF can be. And if you give me 2 seconds, I will pull that up. Because that is important to know. The max file size is 1 megabyte, but honestly, I don't know why they gave so many parameters, because like, if it's under a megabyte, I don't know why the total number of frames matters. All right, okay, it can't be more than 60 frames total. And what we have here is, if we hit cancel, pause, you can go here and look at the total number of frames. Mine's at 58. Now mine is at 58 and this is at 30 frames per second. The Live2D recommends exporting at 16 frames per second, so that will reduce the total number of frames. And you can further reduce it by limiting it. So for example, we have this running at 30 frames per second. If you export it at 15 frames per second, you will end up with half the frames. So how many frames you got, Burning?
98.
98. Okay. So we're gonna need, if you want this to be a Twitch emote, it would need to be exported at a significantly smaller number of frames per second. Or what you can do is you can, what's it called? We can cut the number of frames, which also, because I always forget that GIF exports do this, which I hate, we're gonna want to get rid of all of this past the end. But you can basically, Burning, for yours, you can shorten your animation. So if you go and find not the final one, that's the 0 on the animation, Because remember we had the animation went from 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1.
Yeah.
Okay, if you go to that parameter at the bottom, it is at the bottom, right? Your animation param is at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to that parameter, you go all the way to the end.
Like drag the parameter to the end, or
No, go to the end of the animation. Just go there.
okay.
And that should be at 0, right? So then just
Yeah.
scroll back until you find the last 0 before that, and then cut your animation there instead. And also,
So
and this
change
is,
their duration to there.
yeah. And
Okay.
then once you're done with everything you are, and this is so annoying, gonna have to delete all the extra parameters, which just makes me so mad because I've had issues with exports with GIF, which is, I hate it because why does it export everything out? Why does it export anything outside the scene? It shouldn't, but I don't know why I kept getting it to do that. Did you change the duration? You did not change the duration.
Yeah, it did.
Nope.
Wait.
Yeah, there are
It didn't
2
drag
tabs
this.
up there. Yeah, there's the tail wag emote. Like there's like a bunch of different things you have to click and grab. But yeah, and then you want to delete everything after that. And make sure all these line up, and then is all good.
Okay.
And how many frames are you at there?
49.
Perfect. So that is under the 6.
No, 50. This is. Why is the duration?
If you click on the last frame, it'll tell you right here.
49.
Okay, good, perfect. And then make sure everything is set up and you delete everything after that. And then we can say, yes, let's try exporting again. Now that we know for sure we are going to be within the frame limit. And I am keeping the 500 by 500. It might end up being too large of a file. I doubt it, but if it is, we can always go check it. And the file requirement, again, for Twitch is the 1 megabyte. If you're having...
that broke it.
Yeah, do you remember how to fix it? Okay. How about this? If you undo the stuff you just did, I just want to get through the export process. Because we did just go over it like 3 times on stream, and I do want to wrap up stream. And I can always go over it with you again later, and everyone else who's watching can go over the VOD again later if they need to see again how to fix it, if they need to shorten their animation. Again, you can just lower the frame rate in this export, this number right here. If you say, oh, I have 100 frames and I need it to be under 60, you can have it down to like 15 or 14 or whatever frames per second, and that'll fix that issue without you having to go in and mess with your animation. Personally, I prefer keeping the higher frame rate, but it depends on how much effort you want to put in. I don't think it makes a huge difference because, again, it is an emote. Oh, you're going to do all of this from scratch from memory? That sounds like a great time, Steven, for somebody who's never touched this program before. Okay, so we got all this. I'm having it set as the 500 by 500, fixed aspect ratio, 16 frames per second.
What did you recommend for me? You said put it at a lower number since I have so many frames.
Yes. What's your total frame?
98.
If you put it at 15 frames per second, you should still be in the Twitch requirement. Okay. Good. Yes.
Yeah.
We can do the output all high quality loop, make background transparent, error diffusion. We don't want the Live2D logo because why would you want that on there, and hit OK. And then we're gonna make sure we put it into what? Our export file. Okay. And then we hit save. and it's gonna do that. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, sorry. My computer keeps on like deleting the existence of my mouse. It's not happy right now. And now we have our folder and we can click on the GIF. And look, we have our emote. You saved it, and then the folder should pop up. If not, it should be a little flashing thing at the bottom. It should tell you that it's saved in there. And if not that, then you can go grab it. Yeah! Look! We got an emote, and it only costs Burning all of his sanity.
What sanity did I have?
That's valid. Okay.
Also, Steven had said in YouTube chat at some point, your tail and also let's touch all the things.
Like this. But yeah, we have this, and now we can also, if you want to check if it's gonna work for Twitch, you can go ahead and hover over it, and it will tell you the file size. This says 416 kilobytes for me, which means it is well within Twitch's requirements. We already sorted out that it should be under 60 frames, which again, Twitch needs it under 1 megabyte. It needs to be under 60 frames. And if you want the auto resizing, it has to be where does it say the frames for auto, or not frames, pixel? I don't know. It's some ridiculous. Oh, it has to be between 112 pixels squared and 4096 pixels squared. So like we're good at 500 pixels. Yeah, can you believe that? Up to 4000 pixels. I want to know what animated emote they think is gonna come in under a megabyte. An animated emote at 4000 square pixels is gonna come in under a megabyte. Like, I don't. Anyway.
Does the static one come under that even?
Oh, yeah, it should. I mean, I guess it depends on how high render. But anyway, now we have our emote. And then you can just go upload this to Twitch or whatever. Hooray! Make sure that you save everything. Extra save. You never want to do this again, probably. Personally, I'll do this all day. But yeah, you save and now you have this. We are going to be editing down this video to a more manageable thing. The video will not include the repeat explanations of things. Because the idea with that video is you can go back and rewatch that part as many times as you want, and people who don't want to rewatch it multiple times don't have to. And we also will probably exclude a lot of the nonsense, like joking around, and there will probably be a lot of speeding up. It'll be like, okay, and here's how you do this. And then it'll be speeding up through us doing it. The goal is to make it a much more manageable tutorial to watch, whereas this was almost 4 hours. I really do need to... Gosh, I need to manage my expectations for these. Because in my mind, I was like, this is like a 15-minute project. So it'll be like an hour, maybe 2 hours stream. Like that was where I was at. I was like, if I'm taking a 15-minute project, right? And then I'm saying it'll take 8 times as long to teach somebody how to do it. I was like, that's way more than enough time. Wrong. So wrong. Glad to know. I will keep that in mind, and I think this has been a really big learning experience for me. I think I often maybe blow past things that were easy to grasp for me, and forget that there are things that might not be easy for other people to grasp. And I think there are a lot of things that, for example, I was not prepared to do in this, and will cry in a future video when somebody does want to do it. For example, more detailed rendering, because that is very hard for me to grasp. We're all learning. Yes, learning, indeed. Thank you guys for coming, Burning. Thank you for letting me torture you live on stream.
Anytime.
Do we have any final questions from chat or from Burning?
My brain is not working.
I really fried it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I fried your brain. Steven, teacher's pet, do you have any questions? You've had so many. Thank you for that. You didn't torture me. You were a delight. Everyone here was a delight. Okay, how about Burning? How did you feel about this process? What are your, and I'm sorry for asking this, what are your thoughts about how this went?
I have to say, what are thoughts? That is my brand, basically, at this point.
Yeah, that is your brand. I made a t-shirt for you, and you bought, didn't you buy more than one of it? I know you bought stickers. Yeah.
Two, and then like t-shirts, and then like a lot of stickers of it.
What are thoughts?
Also a pen as well.
Yeah. Steven, you're gonna go challenge yourself to go through it from memory once Live2D downloads. I would love to see how this comes out. I would love, like, if you wanted to, like, post it on Twitter, I'd love to see you be like, and I used the Void Debris TM tutorial. Patented tutorials for Live2D by the Slime Daddy. I would love to see that. If anyone else ever wants to send me, like, you can see all of my contact info on the screen. Incidentally, it is literally the same username everywhere. If you can find the site, and if you can type in my username, if it is there, it is me. I have yet to find a site that exists where this username is taken. Please don't take that as a challenge. I would love to keep this username. Just for me. All of the primary contact sites that you can find me at are listed up there with the little icon bubbles. You're more than welcome to friend me on Discord. If you have questions, shoot me a message on Twitter. Email is at Gmail. Again, still Void Debris. However you want to contact me. Please, like, if you do this, I would love to see the results. If you have questions about it, contact me. If you want to be on a future episode, you say, you know what, I think I'd like to learn this, but I don't want to learn a tail emote. I want to learn how to do a cry emote. I want to learn how to do a laughing emote. I want to learn how to do a starting soon scene,
Crying
or a
emote.
model. What?
Crying emote, which is apt for this.
Yes. A starting soon scene, a model, whatever. Jay wants to make a pet rock. Whatever it is. We do have the form. Let me Burning. Can you send the form link in chat? I should have made it a command too. But if you want to come join, and it's not. I wish it was although that was perfect timing. You typed the exclamation mark form and then Burning posted it. Perfect timing. I'll make it a command for next time. And the whole point of this is I want you guys to tell me what you want to learn, and then whoever it is, you come up on here, and then I know where to slow down. I know where the confusion is. And I have somebody here with me to say, hey, wait a minute, what? Teamwork makes the dream clerk? Sure. But you're doing me a huge favor, and hopefully I can do you a huge favor in return by helping you make whatever it is you dream of come to life. That's the whole goal. It's been really great thank you everybody so much for joining. Burning, thank you again for letting me torture you live on stream and later in the edited video, which will take more torture to be made into reality. I love you so much. I love you
I love
guys,
you too.
and I will let y'all know when the next episode is going to be up. I'm going to be trying to make sure that they are set on schedules, that we have some sort of announcement posted for them. It will primarily be posted on my Twitter, so make sure you follow me there if you want to see updates on these videos. You can also follow me on YouTube because I will be multi-streaming to YouTube every time we do these, and then the videos will go up on there. So if you'd rather just, get that notification, that works too. Thank you so much, everybody. And, yeah, let's go find somebody to raid. If my mouse would exist again. Yeah, this computer's really crying. The mouse is just, there we go. It's not visible. Okay, let's see. Who all is live? Enzel is live. Fantastic. We're gonna raid
Nice.
the lovely Enzel. Enzel is my friend. And let's see. Sorry, guys. Don't look behind the curtain. There we go. All right. Let's head over there. Everybody be super nice to Enzel. He's my friend and I adore him. Yeah, we can bully the crow. He loves head pats and being told to meow and bark. But yeah. Thank you everybody and have a great night.